All right, it's 5 p.m. We're going to start the meeting of the Community Development Committee. It's October 16th. I'd like to first start off by saying Chair Anderson has stepped down from his position. I'm Scott Counter, be running the meeting tonight as Vice Chair. And we're going to be moving the agenda around just slightly. We'll first start off with roll call.
Scott Counter.
Present.
Carrie Rice.
Present.
Ryan Shirley.
Present.
Jerry Van Someren.
Present.
Okay, we have 4 present, and we have a quorum. As we move the agenda around, the first thing we're going to do for a move is that because of the position vacancy of Chair Anderson, we're going to start off with the business item number 1, which is election of the Community Development Chairperson and Vice Chair.
I nominate Scott Counter to be our chair.
And I'll second that nomination.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other nominations or discussion? All right. That being said, I think we have to do roll call. So do a roll call vote.
Jerry Van Someren.
Yes.
Ryan Shirley.
Yes.
Scott Counter.
Yes.
Carrie Rice.
Yes.
Okay, we have consensus for the chairperson. Our next election item is election of the Community Development Vice Chair.
I'd like to recommend Ryan Shirley to that position.
Okay, we have motion. Nope.
I can't second myself, so. I can second? All right, I'll second myself then.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion and or other nominations? Well, I had a position also for also a consideration for Carrie. So put that up as a nomination also. But I don't know that you can do a second on that, so it isn't gonna work. So,
I'll second myself.
can we do that? Okay. So discussion. Go ahead.
Well, I think Ryan has had more experience, I guess, in this position, and that's why I would recommend supporting him. He's very active. He seems to find time to keep up with what's going on. We may not always agree with him. I don't always agree with him, but I think that that he'd make a good man for that position. Thank you.
You want to speak on your behalf?
I would like to be vice chair. I think that other than I know Scott does a lot of. I'm not saying that all of us don't all do our homework on this board, but I know Scott is probably one of those that does a lot, and I'm right there with you. So I think that it would be a good to be vice chair.
Okay. And then on the oppose, I'll let you speak.
Well, when I decided to run for county board, I felt it was really important to have supervisors who represented the interests of the people who live here, and not to bring things before us that really are outside the scope of what the county is responsible for. I've seen far too much of that across government entities, and there's a lot of talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. I think it's a waste when we are involved in things that are outside the scope of what the county staff and what powers we are given. So I'd like to see us continue to focus on those kinds of things. We have a lot before us as a county, and frankly, I don't like the idea that we would have supervisors who would be on a platform with other elected officials on things to stir people up about national interests. So that's the vantage point that I take.
All right. Making it hard, but, okay. I think how would we do this then by a voice, or how would you recommend?
I think you do a roll call vote on the first nomination, and if that doesn't gather a majority, you do a roll call vote on the second nomination. And if that doesn't gather a majority, then it'd be back to making motions.
Okay. So roll call vote on the first nomination.
And this is
And
for
this is for Ryan Shirley.
Ryan Shirley to be vice chairman. Jerry Van Someren,
Yes.
Ryan Shirley,
Yes.
Scott Counter,
I can be happy. Yes.
Carrie Rice,
No.
that carries, thank you.
All right, thank you. So thanks, we've got our two positions filled. We'll move on with our other business items by starting with the first public hearing.
Approval of the minutes first.
I'm sorry, thank you.
I know, you're new tonight, so we'll give you.
Yeah, bear with me, thank you. So we've had a roll call, so minutes of the previous meeting, are there any exceptions, changes, or additions to the minutes of the previous meeting for September 18th of 2025? No, so approved as written. All right. So next area is under public comment, and what we're going to do tonight for the public comment, we're going to divide this, so if you're speaking on behalf of any of the public hearings, we won't have you speak on that currently. If you're speaking on behalf of the solar project, we may hold those comments until later, till we start the solar project in the agenda, and we'll have a public comment period then. So we'll move on from then public comment and do it in that order. And we'll start with the first public hearing. The solar is, there was no other cards of any.
Go ahead. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. The first public hearing tonight is for a rezoning application by Nicole Snyder, and this is at 2674 90th Avenue in the town of Baldwin. The request is for a rezoning from an Ag 1 to an R1 residential district for 7.94 acres. The The R1 residential zoning is being requested to create an additional building eligibility for potential home construction and to upgrade the zoning around an existing home. As a reminder, the R1 residential district allows most agricultural uses and residential development density of 1 unit per 10 acres. The current Ag1 zoning allows all ag uses and residential development density of 1 unit per 40 acres. So therein lies the difference. Pending approval of the rezoning, a certified survey map would be required to be submitted and approved to divide the property. Next, we'll just take a look at some location maps. You see the subject property at the point of the red arrow, a couple miles north of the village of Woodville. And then zooming in a little bit more, we take a look at the subject parcel in question. You see the existing homestead at the southeast corner of the property. And this is the potential certified survey map. Again, this is a draft. This would not be approved until pending rezoning approval. But you see the 2 lots at the bottom of the screen. Lot 1 is the existing home. What they would like to do is rezone some existing land adjacent to that parcel. And then Lot 2 would create the new building eligibility. Lot 3, the larger lot, would remain in Ag 1, and that's the 70-acre parcel. Real quickly, just looking at some of the general features of the property. The highlighted areas marked in blue are the subject rezone areas. Again, you see the R1 area at the point of the arrow. That's the existing homestead. They would like to add a little bit of R1 area on each side of the lot. And then the lot on the west side would be the new home building eligibility. You see surrounding properties are zoned R1 or Ag 1. In terms of official zoning maps or amendments to them, such as rezoning of lands, the county is required to look at the existing comprehensive plans of the towns to ensure consistency with state statute. So again, that's the main criteria that we as staff look at when we make recommendations and reviews of the rezoning requests. And basically, a comprehensive plan is a series of maps, goals, and objectives that guides the future growth of a jurisdiction. So in this case, we took a look at the Town of Baldwin plan, which was recently adopted in 2023. The subject property is at the point of the red arrow, and you'll see by the key that this property is guided for agricultural farmland preservation. And within the text of the town plan, it specifically states that this category promotes farming, preserves wildlife habitat, open spaces, preserves rural character, and limits residential densities to the following zoning districts. And you see the criteria, the Ag 1, Ag 2, and R1 is the extent that the town would allow zoning for. So from that aspect, this request would be consistent with the town narrative and the town land use map. Next, we take a real quick look at the county future land use map. Again, the subject property at the point of the red arrow. The county designates this property as agriculture, which, much like the town, our policies encourage the preservation of agricultural lands to promote farming and forestry and limit residential development. Lands in this category should be zoned Ag 1, Ag 2, with additional tracts being zoned R1. So again, looking at the future land use maps and the comprehensive plan of the village and the county, it would appear that this rezoning request would be consistent with those 2 documents. Next, we take a look at our natural resource features, making sure we do not have any impacts that the rezone could potentially have in our natural resource features. Again, the subject property is highlighted in blue. You'll see on the northern half of the eastern properties, there is an environmental corridor that's identified. And again, looking at the aerial photo earlier, that corresponds to a wooded area within and adjacent to the property. In terms of other features, there are no closed depressions, wetlands, or floodplains on the subject parcels. The subject parcel is included within a shoreland area, which you see by the green shaded area. That's the area within 1,000 feet of the closed depression. And basically, because of its feature, the shoreland requirements would require a land use permit should the applicant and property owner ever do future grading. Again, we would require a stormwater and an erosion control plan to make sure there are no impacts to that closed depression. No grading or land disturbance is contemplated in this area at this time based on the application. And then lastly, we take a look at productive farmland, gravel deposits. You'll see that some of the property to the west is used for farmland. And then we do have some steep slopes on the other 2 parcels to the east. But again, some steep slopes would not be impacted because at this time, the owner is not contemplating any grading in that area. Next, we take a governmental agency review look. And per ordinance, zoning applications are not forwarded to the committee unless it's approved by the town board. And in this case, the town of Baldwin recommended approval of the request on August 5th of this year. Some of the policies and objectives cited within the town of Baldwin plan and the county plan would be to encourage small lots in coordination with farmland preservation practices and rezone only the part of the parcel needed for residential development. So again, looking back at the map, you saw that the lot is tucked in the southwest corner of the property and would not be impacting the middle of a larger field. Some of the county objectives would be, again, to preserve farmland and maintain and grow the agricultural industry and enhance the rural landscape. And then to guide and manage development patterns that would preserve and promote ag development. Another component would be that the rezoning does not conflict with the land and water resource management plan. And again, we just kind of walk through some of those characteristics. Applicable statutes that the committee need to consider would be the county comp plan, which you reviewed, the natural resource management plan that we touched on, and that the rezoning can comply with St. Croix County ordinances, that the town has approved the rezoning request, and that the rezoning does not constitute spot zoning. So based on the information, the town review, the staff review, it would be our recommendation to the committee that this rezoning be approved from Ag 1 to R1 based on the following findings of fact, that the town of Baldwin and St. Croix County comprehensive plans include future land use map designations along with the corresponding language and goals that support rezoning to the R1 district. The rezoning does not conflict with the natural resource management plan of the county, and that the town of Baldwin has formally recommended approval. And secondly, because of the nature of the rezone, because we're going from an Ag 1 to an R1, we're taking land out of agricultural zoning. And what we need to do is document answers to the following criteria for state farmland preservation purposes. And in the comment about the land is better suited for a use not allowed, the 7.94 acre land area to be rezoned would include an existing home site and a new home site. More importantly, the remaining 70 acres would stay in agricultural use and agricultural zoning, that the rezoning is consistent with any applicable comprehensive plan. And yes, the rezoning is consistent with the town of Baldwin comprehensive plan. The rezoning is substantially consistent with the county certified farmland preservation plan. And the farmland preservation plan does allow limited residential development while minimizing loss and fragmentation of farmland. And that the rezoning will not substantially impair or limit current ag use of surrounding parcels. Adjacent parcels being utilized for ag use would not be impacted or encroached upon. For this hearing, we published a Class 2 notice in the Hudson Observer, which is required by law. And then also everybody within 300 feet of the subject property was notified by mail. And as of 4:30 today, we have not received any public comment. That concludes the overview.
Okay, I didn't see any cards up for this particular one. Is there anybody that wishes to speak on behalf of this rezoning request? Again, anybody here that wants to speak on behalf of the rezoning request, whether for or against? And a third, anybody wish to speak on behalf or against the rezoning request? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing and we'll move to the business item. for the rezoning request. So, go ahead.
I make a motion that we say yes to this request for the property. I don't have the exact one in front of me. The town of Baldwin has said that they're in favor of it. I'm in favor because it does keep 70 acres in the farmland, takes just a small corner. And so I would recommend the ordinance amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance, section 13, township 29, north range 16, town of Baldwin, 7.94 acres from Ag 1 to R1.
So we have motion. Go ahead.
I'll second.
So we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion, further discussion on this one? Hearing none, I think we can do voice. So voice vote on this. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any nays? Motion carries unanimous. So we'll now suspend on the business items and move back to public hearing number 2.
The second public hearing tonight is also a rezoning request by Emmert and Sons and the applicant Jerry Emmert. This property is at 1976 130th Avenue in the town of Aaron Prairie. And the request before you tonight is to rezone 39.87 acres from Ag 1 to Ag 2. The Ag 2 zoning is being requested to create 2 parcels. One parcel would be 4.85 acres and include the existing home, which is currently in the process of being financed for purchase. The remaining 35 acres would remain in agricultural use. And again, pending approval of the rezoning, a certified survey map would be required to be approved. And again, as we touched on earlier, the Ag 2 zoning district allows a density of 1 unit per 20 acres, whereas the Ag 1 district requires 1 unit per 40 acres. Both the Ag 1 and Ag 2 districts are considered certified preservation farmland zoning districts, which is approved by the Department of Agriculture, Trade, and Consumer Protection. The rezoning would not lessen the amount of acreage needed by the town for the residents to qualify for tax credits, because DATCAT views Ag 1 and Ag 2 as both being legitimate districts that preserves a significant amount of farmland. The location map you see at the tip of the red arrow, kind of closer to the intersection of 130th Avenue and 200th Street, northwest of Pine Lake. And zooming in a little bit, you see the existing homestead, which would be the 5-acre piece on the east side of the property. And again, the remaining 35 acres would continue to be farmed. And this would be the proposed certified survey map that was drafted. Again, you see the 5-acre, well, 4.5 to 5-acre piece. And then the remaining 35 acres would be Lot 1. So in the future, Lot 1 would have a building eligibility. But at this point in time, there is no intent by the applicant to build on that parcel. Taking a look at the official zoning map for the town of Aaron Prairie, you see the subject parcel being zoned Ag 1. We also have some adjacent property being zoned Ag 2. And then to the south, you see in the dark green, the area is zoned Conservancy. And that matches up with the Casey Lake Wildlife Area, which is a 364-acre property owned and managed by the DNR as part of the Western Prairie Habitat Restoration Program. Next, again, we take a look at the official zoning maps and comprehensive plans, in this case in the town of Aaron Prairie, again citing the statute that says that rezonings must be consistent with the town comprehensive plan. The town of Aaron Prairie future land use map from their 2010 to 2030 plan designates this parcel as agriculture and natural areas. The plan describes this category as accommodating low density and agricultural uses. And again, it's at the point of the red arrow there. This property is included in the St. Croix County Farmland Preservation Plan, which is part of our comprehensive plan. To qualify for this designation, a parcel must meet specific categories for scoring for land evaluation and site assessment scores. So characteristics that are looked at are soil productivity, slopes, and land use policy of the local plan. This scoring was developed by the Conservation Service and the Department of Ag as a means to identify productive ag lands. The scoring is then used to qualify properties that could be zoned either Ag 1 or Ag 2. And this particular property did qualify. So from a planning perspective, the Ag 1 or Ag 2 zoning category would be appropriate. Taking a look at the quick look at natural resources, there really are no impacts. Again, we see some environmental corridors to the north of the property, but not on the property. There are no closed depressions, shoreland areas, wetlands, or floodplain areas on the subject property. The crosshatches you see talk about limiting areas for private on-site sewer systems. And again, this map takes a look at the productive farmland. As you see, most of the property is under productive farmland capabilities, and that would stay the same. Again, there is no intent to build on this the other 35 acres at this time. The Town of Erin Prairie Town Board met on September 8th and recommended approval. The following goals in the town plan indicates supporting managed growth and preserving productive farmland. And again, the county comp plan goals and policies similar to the last application, preserving farmland and promoting agricultural development. Taking a look at some of the applicable statutes and criteria, like the last rezone, looking to make sure that it's consistent with the St. Croix County Comp Plan, the St. Croix County Natural Resource Management Plan, and other zoning ordinances, and our land division code. The town has recommended approval of the rezoning request and that the rezoning would not constitute spot zoning. Staff would recommend approval of the rezoning amendment from Ag 1 to Ag 2, again, based on consistency with the Town of Erin Prairie comprehensive plan and the future land use map that was part of the farmland preservation map that would support the rezoning change. Also, the rezoning change would not conflict with the St. Croix County Natural Resource Management Plan, and the Town of Erin Prairie has formally recommended approval of the application. Like the last application, we did post a Class 2 notice in the Hudson Observer, and we also sent notices out to abutting property owners within 300 feet of the property, and as of 4:30 today, we have not received any public comment. And that concludes the overview of this request.
This rezoning request. Please come to the mic. If you could please state your name and where you're from, and thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura Connard. I've been here before, and I will remind you that I live with a head injury. Along with that comes emotional dysregulation. So if I cry, I'm sorry. I will do my best to keep talking and get through in a short time period for you, but it's happening. I'm sorry. This is difficult for me. I like the owner and the applicant of this parcel, Jerry Emmert. I actually love Jerry, his wife, and his kids. I'm happy they're my neighbors, and I do my best to be a good neighbor to them. I don't want my comments to hurt them, but I also have concerns about this change. We share a property line with this property. I live to the north of them. I want Gavin to get a mortgage and live at his home and raise his beautiful family that he's raising. However, knowing what I know about USDA farmer loans, the size of this family farm business, this family's position in the community, I have a hard time believing that Gavin Emmert is having a hard time getting a mortgage. I think he could qualify for anything. I also know that young farmers generally want a house and land. I hope this property stays in ag use. I hope they continue to use it for cropland. I'm fearful that it will be leased for solar. It's no secret anymore in this community that the Emmerts are involved in the solar project and that they have many, many acres currently leased into phase 1, and I anticipate they are involved in phase 2 as well. I believe if this lot, if they get this rezoning and they get this second lot, it'll create a public nuisance to me if solar is put on it. For that reason, this is more of a policy question. I do not see the applicants here today. I see their surveyor here. He was the one that was present at the 2 zoning meetings at the township. I think it's important that the applicant themselves is here. Sending a surveyor that I've asked questions of him and he can't answer them makes this process difficult. I did reach out to the applicant personally, and via text. Getting a farmer during harvest is pretty difficult, and we didn't get much taken care of through that message. So I wish he was here tonight so we could ask him some questions. But I'd like the county board to think about or talk about the process, and does the applicant have to be here in front of you, or is that something that you can waive in the policy? I don't think it's in the policy right now, but I wish you would consider that. I think it could help the process. There's also some other facts that I want you to know about this. I think this area is or was wetland, and there's a plug drain tile on it. So there may be some lot building issues or some septic permitting issues. We don't even know if there could be a buildable site on the lot. There have been property line disputes associated with this parcel. One of them was resolved with the neighbor, but had the neighbor known that they were going to divide the lot and get additional building site, it wouldn't have happened. We hired the same surveyor that's here to speak to resolve a property line question, knowing that the property line was wrong on this and we live along the same section line. We hired the surveyor to help us, and we had a dispute and an issue with this surveyor, and the location of our lines is still unknown to this date. There have also been issues at the township regarding this. There have been 2 hearings on this. The township boards did approve the CSM first, and then came back and a rezoning request was made, and that was approved, but that's happening in the wrong order. And it was a mistake, but it's not following the regular process. So I'm wondering if anything needs to be done to correct that as part of this process. Will anything need to be redone at the township? Or does it fit within the county rules? I do want to give a credit to John Hilger, I think is his name. He took the time to meet with my husband and I and talk to us, and kudos to a fantastic county staff person. He did a wonderful job explaining things to us, and I hope what I'm saying tonight is all correct. If it's not, please correct what I'm saying if I'm misunderstanding anything with this. I also fear that approving this is just going to create another start to more homes, more development, and more changes to the rural nature of Erin Prairie. And that's different from what our comp plan is for. It's different what the neighbors want. I appreciate you giving me time to talk. Sorry I get choked up, but thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have anyone else that wishes to speak on behalf or against the rezoning request in front of us. Come on up. Please state your name and where you're from.
My name is Joe Granberg. I am the land surveyor from GNS Land Solutions that's doing the work for this. I don't have, John's always very thorough with his assessments. I don't have anything I can really add to that. Just wanted to let you guys know that if you have any questions, I'll try to answer them, but a lot of stuff like the solar farm stuff, I'm not privy or part of that at all. So, just here to answer questions if I can. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on behalf or against this project or the rezoning request before us? Anybody else wish to speak on for or against the rezoning request before us? And one last time, is there anybody else that wishes to speak for or against the rezoning request that's before us? Hearing none, we'll close this part of the public hearing and move to that business item. So do we have a motion to approve or not approve?
I'll move to approve the application so that we can open it up for discussion.
So we have a motion, do we have a second? Okay, we have a motion and a second, and we can move on to discussion. What he has.
Well, I'll just start. I mean, Laura from the public gave us some information that's not a part of this application. This is the kind of application we routinely approve. You know, someone owns a piece of property and they want to section it off and make it available for building. Staff has done their legwork. It looks as though it's an appropriate use of the land and keeping most of it still for ag. So I don't know anything about how we can predict what the future is going to hold. Property line disputes usually aren't within our realm of what we comment on. So I would normally accept this kind of proposal.
Just a question for staff. I know once this is approved, if this is approved, they have to come back with a certified survey map. Now, we've heard one possibility of a line dispute. I'm assuming that would be rectified at that point, right?
So back on the aerial image, you'll see that there is an encroachment on an accessory building on the property to the east. So they are actually doing an adjoining landowner transfer there to correct that encroachment. The property to the north, though, if there's a lot line dispute, the survey is going to represent what is legally owned by this parcel or by Jerry Emmert in this case. And so that is underneath the review of the surveyor and doing that lot line adjustment. So I think that answers your questions.
Yeah, it's real hard to zone something and what might happen in the future. We can only see what today is, and so I think the Emmerts, while they may appear to have lots of wealth and could cover this by their own, this is a young man who probably wants to make his own start by getting his own loan, be independent of his parents. So I guess I have no problem with this. I think this is the kind of thing we do. As far as if they have to be present or not, I don't believe, Corp Counsel, that's necessary. No, I think that's just, the application is all that's needed to answer that question. Thank you.
I can also add to the density. So Ag 1 to Ag 2, we track that going back to when the comprehensive rewrite of Chapter 15 was done. And so these two lots are all that can be created if the zoning is changed to Ag 2, and any future development into smaller pieces would have to require another rezoning, possibly into R1.
So I'll make it a more formal motion. Ordinance amending, I move to approve the ordinance amending the comprehensive zoning ordinance, section 26, township 30 north, range 17 west, town of Erin Prairie, 39.87 acres, from Ag 1 agricultural to Ag 2 agricultural.
So we have a motion. You want to redo the second? Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion carries unanimous. So we'll move on to public hearing number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. This request comes to us from Samuel Romo, and he's requesting a conditional use permit to operate a shed construction business, a lash studio, and have outdoor camper storage. The property is currently zoned R1, and it is located in the town of Baldwin. The address is 2339 US Highway 12. And our staff provided a proper Class 2 notice in the Star Observer, the official paper of the county, prior to this hearing, as well as notifying all of the property owners within 300 feet of the property. So again, and that each business that they have has a different focus. The one business is outside storage for campers and trailers. The other business is focused on building the small yard sheds. Old Hickory is an example of a name that you might be familiar with. And Samuel's wife also has a small eyelash studio on the site. They don't have a retail store, and the lash business is by appointment only. The other two businesses, the applicant claims, has very limited traffic because of only one vehicle coming or going, and that for the outside storage, and then by appointment for the lashes. The applicant is looking to have the hours of operations for all three of these businesses from 7 o'clock a.m. to 7 o'clock p.m., Monday through Friday, and 9 to 5 on Saturdays. The site does have suitable parking, and the dwelling on the property does have adequate sanitary capacity according to our files. And currently, they do not have any other employees, but potentially they could use 2 seasonal employees in the future for the shed construction. When staff asked the applicants to kind of narrow down what they're looking at for size or the scope of each of these uses, and that the applicant is hoping for 35 to 40 campers or trailers, and that to be stored outside, with a maximum in the future of 50 campers or trailers. It may be difficult to administer or enforce in that, but they are going to do their best to only have one camper or trailer being dropped off at the time or at one time, and so that'll hopefully help with any traffic issues. The site for the camper storage or trailer storage is kind of behind this shed, and they've got that laid out on the map. It's quite a ways away from the east and west property lines. It's kind of in the middle of the property. And the applicant had in their application that there is a need for outside storage of these bigger RVs and trailers in this area. And there is a few photos here that kind of demonstrates that because this is an after the fact request. So you can see that the applicant currently has some RVs and some even semi-trailers and that are being stored on site. So this is looking from his accessory structure to the south. So there's definitely not the 30 to 40 trailer, or I'll call them units, on site currently. It's smaller in scope than that. This is looking in that kind of towards the back side of that lot towards the west. So that's kind of the outside storage aspect of it. Then to talk a little bit more about the shed construction, all the construction happens in that within this accessory building on the property. Generally, their materials are delivered and that every 3 months or so. So they kind of buy a whole year's worth of materials at once. And so that'll help keep traffic to a minimal amount. The sheds that are complete will be set aside. There's a proposed storage area if needed, kind of up towards the front of the property, closer to US Highway 12. But most of the sheds are built per order and delivered off-site as soon as construction is complete. The applicant says that there's not any impact on odor or smoke or dust because of the operation being contained within the accessory building and then the small amount of traffic coming and going for this use. There would be no outdoor lighting. There's no display yard like you might have with the sheds and then have some lights shining on them overnight. They are not planning any display area lighting, I'll call it. So here you can kind of see, and that this is the area along a current crop field. The applicant owns this crop field as well. This is kind of the anticipated area to store the sheds. When staff were out there, I don't believe there were any sheds that were totally complete. This is the south side of the accessory building. So you can see there's a couple of different sheds kind of in the works here. And to go into a little bit more detail on the last use is the Lash Studio. And I will be very honest, I don't know much what happens in a Lash Studio. So, but anyway, I guess that they provide different types of beauty services to the customers. The Lash Studio would be only by appointment only. And only one customer would be on site at a time. So there's a minimal amount of traffic with that business as well. The business is operated inside this smaller accessory structure. So the shed where they build the sheds is right here. We were looking at the south side of it, or the opposite side of it. So the Lash Studio is right here in the middle. And again, being that it's operated inside, there's little smoke, odor, or dust, and it's all within that building. One of the questions that has been brought up is if a member of the public is there and they need to use a bathroom or something like that, is there any plumbing in this building? And there is no plumbing in this building, and we checked with public health, and they are able to use their bathroom facilities and water and that in the house and that to serve this use as well. So how does this all lay in here? So here's just a general aerial image of the site. And I'm going to jump right down to the next one because it's a better site plan of it. The Lash business and that accessory building is right here. Their dwelling is right here. So then the Lashes, and then this is the accessory structure where they build the sheds. When we looked at those photos of along that field, here it would be where the completed sheds would be stored if needed. The outdoor storage area, that first image was kind of going to the south, so that would be along this line here. And then the other one, and that was taken from a boat in this area looking to the west, so that was kind of that other lineup of outdoor storage. There is some pretty good screening going to the east here. There's a fair amount of trees and cover. There's not a lot of cover in between Highway 12 and the property, but there is a decent fence line over here on the east side as well. The surrounding properties in this area are kind of a mix of R1 and Ag 1, so it's mainly residential or agricultural uses in this area. There isn't anything really close by. There is no environmental concerns with this site because there's no floodplains, wetlands, or waterways even near the property. There are some steeper slopes on the south side going down towards the railroad, but those are not being proposed to be disturbed or excavated at this time for any one of these uses. Any major home occupation requires a CUP permit, which is why we're here tonight. One of the main requirements that would apply to this use is that the accessory structure is allowed up to 6,500 square feet for floor area. I believe this building is 28 by 38, so it's well within those parameters. And that they are not within 100 feet of any pre-existing homes and that are not on their site. And they are basically taking raw products and creating a finished product in that would be saleable. So that might sound all good, but it's very difficult to find where all three of these uses fit in our Chapter 15 zoning ordinance. And so two uses, the Lash business can take and fall underneath that home occupation pretty easily. And that the shed building, and that would still meet the 6,500 square feet area, but it doesn't include the outdoor storage of the sheds once they're completed. And then outdoor storage is generally only allowed in like a commercial area. And so the shed building business and the outdoor storage, we had to allow the application as uses not listed in the use table, which is section 15.285 of the ordinance. But really that decision is up to the committee to see if you think that the proposed uses are reasonable or if there are conditions that could be assigned to make them reasonable or less impactful to the surrounding property owners. Maybe you agree or maybe you don't agree with the property owner that the outside storage is needed in the area. Or maybe and that you think that the shed building is not needed and should be on a commercial property, for example. That is a choice that the committee can make. One of the things, and that just a general thing, having access to US Highway 12 is generally a pretty good thing for any commercial businesses. Versus in that having town roads, because then we run into our other weight restrictions and trucks coming and going on roads that might not be built to the same standards. So that's one of the reasons why we thought that we would at least allow it to be filed as a CUP, is because of its access on Highway 12 and it's in relatively close proximity to the village of Baldwin. It's not too far out. As with any of our conditional uses, we've got the general criteria in the ordinance, like maintaining safe and healthful conditions, controlling water pollution, existing topo and drainage features, if there's any environmental corridors which don't apply to this site, the direction of the slope, the steepness of the slope, which doesn't really apply. And then, of course, the site being and that on US 12 for F does apply, and the need of the proposed use in that area, and its compatibility with adjacent land, the amount of septic. So we've kind of went through a lot of these requirements, and that summarizes the staff report for Romo. Any questions? Okay.
Jason, could you go back to the aerial view? Let's see, I'm looking. Where exactly would the campers be again? Oh, okay, I've got the
So,
aerial view.
yep, it's kind of in this shaded area here, that box and this box.
All right.
And so when we look at the photos, which might help put it into place, that north-south box would be these campers along here. And then the east-west box would be over here by these semi-trailers and RVs, which is in this photo here. So that's that strip.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Now, one of the other things in that needs to be mentioned is the applicant has also created a motocross track on this property. So you can see that here in this back corner. The applicant, with working with our staff, has said that that will be for personal use. And so we are anticipating that that will be the only thing it will be used for. The county ordinance doesn't kick in if you have a dirt bike or a four-wheeler and you've got a piece of land and you want to go out and ride on it with your own personal use, that's allowed. However, and that when you start inviting guests, whether it's for pay or not for pay, the fact that you're bringing other people in can make you fall into a racetrack underneath the ordinance. And if you've got more than 9 people, it can fall into outdoor entertainment facility or outdoor recreational facility. One of those two, so, or one of those 3 actually, so.
To go to the outdoor storage, are they saying that they're going to store year-round, or is it gonna be more seasonal,
I believe the intention is year-round.
year-round? And are we talking, they said, the application says trailer and camper storage, but on the pictures, it looks like we have actual semi-trucks and trailers.
Yeah, the applicant's here. He could maybe specify a little bit more about what kind of storage is being done out there and what the need would be.
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
Okay. And then just before I turn it over to public comment though, I'd like to take and highlight a couple of exhibits that we've got on this one. And so here was a letter. It was also in the packet. And that talks about the 3 different uses from the town of Baldwin. So that was just kind of on the front side. And then following their October 9th town board meeting, the board provided feedback, and it was a motion by Chairman Douglas Veenendahl, seconded by Supervisor Joseph Kuslik, to approve the 3 businesses in the CUP application with the following conditions listed separately below by the 3 different businesses, and that was a unanimous vote. And so here was the conditions that the town put on. And the staff have mimicked these conditions in our findings of fact and conclusions of law document, just so that you're aware, but they broke it out. So for the small sheds, annual fire inspection, hours of operation, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., and that the town wants to verify that they have insurance, traffic, working with the DOT to make sure that the driveway is still okay, that it's not going into a commercial level, and then also working with the building inspectors if needed for any other code requirements. So that's for that one. And then all the finished sheds would be kept in the shed storage area, and then a 2-year sunset clause with renewal option. The last studio, the first couple conditions are very similar. Proof of insurance, As well, the 2-year sunset, the building inspectors, all of those are very similar to what was above. And then proof of cosmetology or esthetician license issued by the Department of Safety and Professional Services. Again, I'm not good on my beauty licenses there, so. And then the final use is the outdoor camper and trailer storage. Again, a lot of the same conditions, and those are referenced in our findings of fact and conclusion document. So just important to note those and the town's feedback. And that's all I've got right now. If you want to turn it over to public comment, or if you got any questions, happy to entertain that as well.
I guess I just have one. Was there any, one of the requirements we have when we're doing something that's more on a commercial basis and it's being used where there's outside storage is the screening issue? Has any of that been concerned with the township?
It has not been addressed in that I'm aware of in that, but that is definitely a reasonable condition to put on to mitigate the impact of that use on the surrounding property owners. Something that
I
we
had similar
typically see.
concerns and questions. I thought I would wait till after the public comment. We can have a better discussion then.
Okay, well, we're in the public hearing. We had Bonnie Smith, I think, wanted to speak on behalf. One way. And Bonnie, if you can come up and give your, where you live in relationship to this and give us what you'd like to speak on. Thank you.
I'm Bonnie Smith, and our property is right next to his, so our fence, one of those fence lines is ours, right there. So I'm just gonna read this, it's how we got here. How did we get here? So this summer, all the big trees that were in his yard, and they were really tall old trees, they were cut down and burned where Sam built a track. The big fire burned for over a month and no one said anything. I'm sure most of the township, the county, or the state, we all thought somebody had some idea of what was going on, but seems no one knew. Even though many people passed by daily, then the digging and the moving dirt and bringing in more dirt, many wondered why there was no silk fence used while the dirt was coming in and flying around. After the dirt track was made and used a couple weekends, there was a town meeting. Sam Romo wanted to have 5 acres commercialized that he already was using as commercial motorbike track. He had friends at the meeting that were very rude and overbearing, accusing his neighbors of not caring about kids, that this doesn't affect us and why do we care, calling us names, saying we were picking on Sam. All not true statements. The town president said that day that there would be no commercial zoning out of the village of Baldwin. Then there was a community zoning town meeting and Sam did not show up, and they voted that night to suggest to the town that the CUP be denied because the owner was a no-show. A week later, the town board met to vote and make conditions for the CUP. I'm going to touch on 2 of them that I think are important. One of them I did not see up there, but we did talk about it. One of them is there needs to be more defining measurements for the area that the camper storage and the shed building business, the outside part of it, will take up, because otherwise each year it'll grow if there's no defining area. It's already growing past what was drawn out on the application. The second one was the CUP should have a 2-year time limit, at least for the first time, since Sam has not been forthright and truthful about his businesses and the track that he wants as a business, even if it's not okayed. I personally think it's really odd that 3 commercial businesses can be under 1 CUP and be sufficient. We as neighbors have known all along that he has businesses. We've never said anything, and no one has reported anything. We're not against that, and we're not against him. The Romos have brought the attention upon their businesses to the county by making the dirt track public and putting it out on social media. So it was brought on by them. We've said nothing. Sam has now put on Moto Monkey's MX, one of our neighbors' profiles, and slandered her business publicly. There's no reason for this. We do, as neighbors, have the right to our opinion at the board meetings. We have only voiced our concerns about the health and safety of our wells and land because of the dirt track and the ponds that are there, and public safety for the businesses, as all businesses need. So that's how we got here, and we're not, the 3 businesses that they've been running them for years, so we're okay with that mostly, as long as they don't grow, which they are growing, but the dirt track is another story. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else that wishes to speak on behalf or against this application for a conditional use permit? You had somebody raise their hand? Come on up. Please state your name and where you live. And thank you.
Yes. My name is Carla Jacobson. I live directly across Highway 12. We have the property adjoining there. Our houses are off at 230th Street, my parents and I, but we do own the driveway and the farm fields directly across from this business. Also, I did send in a formal email that was supposed to be included in this. It was sent to Michael. Are you Michael? I had receipt that it was received.
I am Jason.
You're
Michael's
Jason.
been
Oh,
out of
Jason.
the office for a while.
Okay. Anyway, I'll read it then. Dear members of the St. Croix Community Development Department and the Town of Baldwin Board, I'm submitting this letter to formally object the pending or proposed conditional use permit applications for 2339 US Highway 12, Baldwin, Wisconsin. This parcel is zoned residential only, yet the following commercial operations are currently taking place on the property without rezoning, conditional use approval, or appropriate permits. The lash salon, the camper and truck and trailer storage, which is advertised online, the motocross track, which he may say is for private use, it is still advertised online, and the storage shed sales, construction, and display yard. At any given time, there has been 15 to 20 sheds displayed for sale. These activities represent multiple commercial enterprises established without prior approval. Granting CUPs after the fact would contradict the zoning ordinance and effectively legalize ongoing violations. Just a few. Highway safety and access compliance. The property's single driveway connects directly to Highway 12, a 55-mile-an-hour trunk under US DOT jurisdiction. The driveway was originally permitted for residential use, but now carries regular customer, trailer, and business traffic. I'm going to skip the statutes that apply to that, and it should be subject to Wisconsin DOT review prior to any permits being issued, and it may require a new or modified connection permit. The DOT treats such changes of use, for example, conversion from residential to business, as triggers for reevaluation. To my knowledge, no approved commercial connection permit exists for this location. The resulting increase in commercial traffic poses clear safety concerns for motorists on Highway 12. Number 2, zoning non-compliance. The residential zoning district does not allow retail, service, manufacturing, or recreational uses. Wisconsin conditional use permits may only authorize uses listed as conditional in the ordinance for that district and must be supported by substantial evidence that use meets the ordinance standards. Because these business activities are not permitted or conditional in the residential district, they cannot lawfully authorized by CUP. The appropriate remedy would be rezoning through formal public process, including plan consistency review. Environmental runoff and DNR oversight. I have photographs documenting sediment and stormwater runoff from the motocross area and the shed yard entering roadside ditches and drainways along Highway 12. It is a gross violation of DNR standards. No land use permits have been pulled. This has been verified by Warden Chuck of the DNR. I respectfully request the Town of Baldwin and St. Croix County deny all pending CUP applications because the existing and proposed uses are not allowable in the residential district. Initiate enforcement to end unpermitted commercial operations until proper zoning and state approvals are obtained, and coordinate with the DOT and the DNR to ensure safety and runoff compliance before considering any future land requests. Thank you for protecting our community's safety, environment, zoning integrity. I also want to add that I do have those photos, and also that, when was that photo taken? Did you take that? Or who submitted it?
2022 aerial.
Okay, we have a current photo that was taken from the Moto Monkeys website itself that is a very different picture. They have cut into a lot of that woods. They've clear cut a lot of land. There is no shelter. And also, the track is so close to Highway 12, it is going to be a nuisance, if only in the fact that people staring at it are going to go off the road. So if you have any other questions, feel free to ask. Plus, I am the business owner that they publicly defamed on their Facebook page. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak for or against this conditional use permit? Can you state your name and where you live, please?
I'm Bonnie Ringer, and my husband and I live across or adjacent to the land. And we've resided there for 32 years. 75% of our neighbors have lived there 20 to 40 plus years. The other 25% are short-term neighbors. We chose to live here as we love the country living with fresh air, room to roam, and peace and quiet. Even though we have a railroad track to the south of us and live on a busy highway, the noise pollution that both of these generate is something that we've gotten used to. Well, except for the loud vehicles as they go by, they catch our attention. In the past 6 years, we almost have operated 5 or 6 businesses, but not at the same time. Their businesses are similar to the state highway. Every now and then, something catches your attention. As good neighbors, we adapted to that rather than complain about the noise pollution to the township or resort to social media. However, we are here today because they built the track on their property, a totally different kind of noise pollution. Luckily, the town or the county, whoever it was, discovered the public event was going to happen on August 23rd, and one of those entities shut down the track to the public. In the meantime, those entities also realized the businesses were not legally licensed and requested the Romos to fill out the proper paperwork. It appears to us that the Romos got themselves into this situation that they are in, and they are blaming all of us neighbors for what's happening. The Romos need to accept the truth and move on. I hope the county board will take into consideration the suggestions from the town of Baldwin and the neighbors. And I have just 2 suggestions. After hearing the neighbors tonight, you will discover after last Thursday's town meeting, there has been some retaliation of the neighbors. And I hope you will make a statement or part of his cup, if you approve it, that they caused this issue and they need to be better, kinder, and respectful neighbors. Also, I think it would be nice that if the county could say what the rules are around the track and the rest of his property. I think everyone in this room needs to hear it from the source, and so we're all on the same page. From my interpretation of what the rules are, there were too many people on the track on Saturday, all day long. I thank you for your help and appreciate your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak for or against this conditional use permit? Come on up. Just state your name and where you are in relationship to the property.
My name's Brian Jeffrey, and I live directly across the highway from Sam. And, he's lived there for like 6 years. And before he moved in, my brother and my dad and I went over there to, look at the property because we thought about maybe buying it. And the realtor said that it was zoned commercial, which, my brother and my dad said, well, that makes it more valuable, but it seemed a little odd because it's in the middle of nowhere, for being zoned commercial, but this is Wisconsin, so that's what I left that in my mind. And I just want to say that, Sam and Kendall have been good neighbors, and they've been doing businesses, there was like a shed door business for a while, and there's the shed business. That's been happening for the last 5 years, and it's been no issue as far as I'm concerned. Of course, I didn't know that it was, you need to have these permits or zoned properly. And then with the, camper trailer business, that seemed like it was kind of like an Airbnb situation. So I can see where that's a little bit gray as far as like zoning goes. But it's stayed small. I mean, it's not like he's taken over 10 acres. So I think that should be okay. And then the lash business, well, I have no idea about that. So I just want to say, I think he's been a good neighbor. The motor track, I thought that was like not on the table for tonight, because that's really another story. And that's what I want to say. So thank you.
Hey, thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak for or against this conditional use permit? Come on up. Yeah, and state your name and where you're from.
I'm
Thank
Sam
you.
Romo. I own the property. I wasn't trying to be rude to Carla, but I did find it interesting that she also runs a lash studio, so I thought it might have been a conflict of interest. She says she doesn't, but she does. I've owned these businesses and ran them peacefully for 3 years, and no complaints have come in. I've really cleaned up the property since I've bought it, and I guess I don't. If you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Me and my brother, I have 4 brothers and come from a large family of 9, and the majority of us do drive truck. So I thought it was nice that we had a place to swing back and drive and park our semi-trucks. Those semi-trucks are just being stored there for somebody else, but so that is storage. But it is always nice to have a spot where, like, my brother is visiting from out of town, so it's nice to have a spot where he can park. So that's really all I have. Unless you guys have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
I guess we'll reserve if there's something that comes up during that, we might call you back up at that point.
Yeah, all right, thank you.
Can I make a clarification? Can I approach and make a clarification?
Yeah, I'll permit it, but please make it then brief.
It will be brief.
Thank you.
The fact that this started because I own a competing business, I'm going to be very transparent. I own a hair salon. I do have an employee that does lashes. I personally have a few lash clients. I haven't accepted a new client in over 3 years as I'm working towards retirement. I have a commercial building that I rent in Baldwin for my new businesses, which are not beauty related. I am phasing out, so the fact that he's saying it's a competition thing is completely false. I am working towards retirement, not competing with another business.
So is there anybody else that wishes to speak on behalf of this or against this CUP? Okay, come forward, please, and state your name and where you are in relationship to the property.
So I would like to not state my name because of slander. I am on that line right there. But we are trying to build. And so I would like this consideration of the fire and everything, the inspections and stuff, because there was prior fire to it, that there is insurance on that stuff, because it can spread. There's a field in between, but if it's in the summer, how hot it gets, it could spread to our house. And so as construction starts next spring, I am just, the wells and the land, we are very ag oriented, and we would like to keep our like farmstead area. So I would like to just make sure that that ag area kind of stays that way and it doesn't spread out. As storage, this is not necessarily accurate. So just concerning about drilling a well because of the 3 ponds that are on the property and the exhaust runoff that goes into those ponds will affect our wells eventually here. So I know that's not necessarily part of this part, but to keep an eye on as people, it's more about the health and safety of the neighbors. It's not anything. I think his 3 businesses are great. So I have no actual problem with them. It's just that I would not like them to come all the way to the fence. If we can have that as a condition, and then our health and safety of water, especially with the karst that we have in our environment that a lot of people are not aware of. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on behalf or against this conditional use permit? Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on behalf or against this conditional use permit? One last call. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak on or on behalf or against this conditional use permit? Right, thank you. This public hearing portion of this is done. We'll now open for the next part of the business meeting.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff have prepared findings and conclusions of law document here. So finding of fact, we know the owner, the address of being 2339 Highway 12. The applicants are requesting for 2 uses not listed in the use table of section 15.285. The last studio would be considered by staff as a major home occupation. There is no retail storefront on site. Talking about the materials only getting delivered. So this is pretty much everything that we have in our staff report that we went through. Conclusions of law, staff and the applicant believe that they're maintaining in that clean and controlled healthful conditions, just because most of the activities are within the buildings on site except for the outdoor storage. They don't have water pollution on site because there's no natural environmental features. I believe the 3 stormwater ponds and that are part of that track system. Also, the septic system for the dwelling is of adequate capacity for the proposed uses. The surrounding area is pretty much field and pasture, so that's not really being changed with the existing topo or drainage features. There was no environmental corridors, like I said, so that doesn't apply to this property. The erosion control, while there has been mention of erosion on site, it is related to the track. And anytime that you disturb an acre or more of land, that falls underneath the DNR permit, not a county permit. And it sounds like they've already been in contact with the DNR. The dwelling and buildings are approximately 200 to 300 feet off the road, so they're quite a ways. The need for the proposed use in that location is primarily ag and res. However, that camper storage and stuff is not that far from the village of Baldwin, where people maybe have those things that they don't have room to store. Compatibility with the adjacent land, again, it's mainly ag and residential housing, and that, however, it is on US Highway 12, so it does lend itself for easy access. And then we've already talked about the septic. So with that, staff took into consideration the conditions suggested by the town of Baldwin, and using those criteria and a few others, and that we recommend approval of the applicant's conditional use permit request with the following conditions. Number one, the applicant shall be responsible for securing any necessary local, state, or federal permits, licenses, and approvals. Building inspections would be part of that, DOT access would be part of that, etc. There shall be no parking, deliveries, or pickups on US Highway 12. That could be a traffic concern. Vehicles associated with this use shall obey any town road weight limits. It's not such a huge thing here, and that because of it being on US Highway 12, but it's been kind of a standard condition that we put on conditional uses. To keep the property clean, all trash on the property shall be contained and kept in a neat, orderly manner. The shed construction operations shall be limited to the existing 28 by 38 foot accessory building on site. And the shed storage area will remain in the storage area that was mapped on that aerial image. The applicant shall have an annual inspection by United Fire. Sorry, there should be a D there. Hours of operation, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. So those are a little bit more refined than what the applicant had. The applicant is to provide proof of insurance to the town of Baldwin. And the applicant is also to provide the town with appropriate licenses for the Lash business. That way we're being more inclusive. We're not being very specific because, again, I'm a little unsure what those might be. Camper and trailer storage will be limited to a total of 50 trailers, and it'll be within that proposed storage area. So the first one was the shed storage area. This one is the outside storage area within that map. So that was the two areas south of the shed. There'll be no more than 2 seasonal employees who do not reside on site permitted. The conditional use permit shall be reevaluated in 2 years with the option to renew by the committee. Condition 15, any new owners of the property must comply with the standards of this CUP, and that they allow staff to be able to take and conduct on-site inspections to determine compliance with this permit. So the last two are kind of our standard criteria. So I think staff incorporated all of the conditions from the town of Baldwin. But does the committee have any other ones that you'd like to add after you heard public comment?
Has Robbie at Highway taken a look at this and provided comment?
Not that I'm aware of. No, it'd be through DOT.
Okay. The other one was the aerial plan shows the areas. I think I would like to see the shed storage area and the camper storage area and actual dimensional size defined. I know we have, I think the application said 50 camper storage. I don't know about the rest of the committee, but that could spread out in a hurry. If you just make the spaces bigger in between, you could take up a lot of room. So, and then I did have a question on, this being in an R1, we do have a lot going on here in an R1. And outside storage, our only thing on our use table is in commercial, correct?
Correct.
So my hesitancy is on the camper storage side. I understand the shed business and the lash business. The storage one has me a little questionable at the moment, so I'll let the rest of the committee kind of weigh in on that.
Yeah, I've driven past this property quite often in the last week for different reasons, but I have some questions too, and I'm not sure if we should discuss them before we have a motion on this. But first of all, we have to decide, can 3 different home occupations, totally unrelated, be operated from one location? I mean, this is kind of a special permit to allow someone to have a small business running from their house. Suddenly we have 3 businesses, 1 small, 2 not small, running from this. Is that allowable? And I don't know if that's something that Corp Council has to address, but do our statutes say that that's possible, or do they say it's not possible? And how do we see that? And that's kind of up to us.
Yep, the ordinance doesn't limit the number of conditional uses or types of use can be done on a piece of property. For example, in that if you have a ski slope, and that might be 1 CUP, but then to get some summer revenue, you have a mini golf or a go-kart track, and then maybe you've got a restaurant, venue kind of there also on site. That would be the similar type of deal where you're diversifying your businesses.
No, it wouldn't be, because that would be a commercial zoning, that would not be a residential R1. So that's not right.
Right.
That can't happen. But we're looking here at a residential R1 zoning. So I think that if we do allow that, they should be addressed one at a time. Apply for this, apply for this, apply for this. So we can split that up. We can say yes or no. Or maybe we just say, no, only one can happen. You choose which one you want. That's I think, something that we need to seriously consider. Because we're setting a precedent here by what we do. Can anyone have 3 or 4 or 5 different things? And why limit it to 3? Why can't there be 23? So I think we have to make that decision.
The committee has the ability to separate out these uses and, approve them individually if you want. And that we did do one application because for our efficiencies and the noticing and everything, and that it's a lot easier to do it that way, and we don't try to tack on after fees. And so, but yes, there's not anything that stops you from taking each one of these uses separately.
And I think we should do that. That's first. Before we do that, maybe the answer to this is, should this property be zoned as commercial instead of residential to start with? If we're going to be, you've got, let's look at it this way, let's count the numbers. You got 1 house that you're living in, and you got 3 businesses. What should this be? Commercial or residential?
I believe that the conversation has been had about rezoning it to commercial. However, it didn't really align with the town of Baldwin's comprehensive plan, and the town was a little skeptical to rezone it to commercial because of what it could become in the future, and that considering the size of the parcel. So good or bad, conditional uses are very specific in the nature of the use. So if we say that they can have 30 campers or 50 campers, and that's the cap. And that it's not like if this whole property was rezoned to be commercial and outside storage is allowed, now we can have 300. And so that's the trade-off for conditional uses, is you have a lot more control over the use. You can manage that use so that you mitigate the impacts to the surrounding property owners, whereas rezone, now all of a sudden the 50 allowed uses in the ordinance are now a wide open free-for-all. And so whatever you zone for land, whatever that acreage is, whatever they can fit, that's what it can be. And so we might be okay with camper storage, shed storage, flash business here today, but if it was zoned commercial, then any of the other uses in that use table for commercial can now go on that property. There's no oversight besides septic and just general building code permits. So that's where
there's a lot more risk for a town.
Well, but there's no guarantee that this would pass as commercial either. No, that's the other safeguard the other way.
Correct.
You know, because again, running 3 businesses out of 1 commercial lot, I think is a lot. Next, according to our code 15-345-2E, 1, 2, and 3, there should be no exterior storage of business equipment, merchandise, inventory of vehicles, or heavy equipment. Now here, we're making an exception and we're allowing him to store up to 20 built buildings. So if we're gonna stick by our statute, by our code, then this is a no right there.
Correct. That's why the use doesn't fit.
Yeah,
And,
right.
So it's a use
so
not
that we
listed.
have to be aware of. Yeah, 15-345-4-3C also talks about home occupation shall be service-oriented or invoke taking raw product and creating a finished product. Only 45% of the sales should be merchandise items not produced on site. And I know that's mentioned above the red lettering in the, I think on the slide that you have there.
Yep.
That's another thing we have to take into consideration. A fifth thing we have to take into consideration is it compatible with uses on adjacent land? So we've got a lash, and I'm with you, Jason, I have no idea what that means, a lash building. But I do understand storage, I do understand camper storage and truck storage, and I do understand what that looks like after a period of time. And I understand building also. So, you know, again, is it compatible with, we've heard from the neighbors, a couple of neighbors, one says it's fine, he's across the road, but others do not think it's compatible. And I would, again, that would be the reason to move it to town where there's a commercial, where you are commercial. I'm concerned about safety issue entering Highway 12. I also know that the state probably won't say anything because the state is overworked. But keep in mind that every car that goes past that is going, if they go the speed limit 55 miles an hour, if they drive on 12 like most people do, they're doing 60 or 65. It's a narrow driveway, not very wide. So those are the things that I have questions on. I do agree with some of the things that the staff has included for if we should decide to do this, and that is the 2-year period, 2-year test period, if you will, and that the conditions, all the other conditions from the Town of Baldwin board would be followed also. I would suggest, though, that alongside of the camper storage to the east side, where there will be across that small piece of property, a privacy fence built so that they don't have to look at the back of campers for 12 months a year. And I would make that a necessity. Yeah. That's all I have. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with a lot of the points that you guys have made. I think we need to pay attention to what we've heard from the public too. I would like to see a new aerial photograph. It looks like the one we have is old. Is that correct?
It's 2022, and that,
Yeah,
so.
I think we
yep.
need to have one more up to date.
Okay.
And, you know, this group of people, we are very supportive of entrepreneurs. So that's to be commended that somebody wants to, you know, make a living for themselves and that sort of thing. But you know, we're skipping over the fact that there's been a lot of conversation about a fourth business, and that is that moto track, which I think requires a separate conditional use permit. From the degree to which we've heard people that it's being used, it doesn't sound like it's a private, fun thing people are doing. It sounds like there's a lot of action that we should be looking at. So I think that requires a separate permit.
It's more of an enforcement issue at this point. And that from our office, I mean, it's brand new. There isn't any, you know, grass established on this thing at all. And it was the county in that worked with the applicant to shut down that event. And at that time is when all these uses were discovered by our staff. And So, I mean, we have shared with the applicant what is allowed and what isn't allowed. And so, but that would require commercial zoning in order to use that track for an outdoor entertainment, outdoor rec facility. And that which, again, I believe was approached to the town of Baldwin, but it didn't really align, and the town of Baldwin had concerns about what it could be in that down the road, or what it could develop into. So with our conversation with the applicant then, the applicant said, no, I'm just going to use it for my own personal use. And so that is where we've currently left it. Now, I understand that there was somebody riding out in the field and stuff last weekend. Again, this is all very new. It's not that our staff are not addressing it, but it's literally only 4 days ago, so.
We're hearing that there are 15 to 20 sheds being displayed, not one at a time. What was presented to us was that this was assembled on site and then pick up. But if there are 15 to 20 sheds, I think we need to have that be a defined space. That sounds pretty commercial to me, so.
Yeah, I can't vouch for the 15 or 20. I can tell you that when we were on site, there wasn't any sheds out in the front, and that there was only that one shed outside of the shed in the backside. So, but that is where they're trying to designate that shed storage area up in the front, so.
I just want to add a couple of things in too. I'm kind of in agreement with what both of you have been, all three of you have been talking about, but I also, with that screening, you know, typically when we do commercial, if there's any outdoor storage, we always require screening. So this isn't something that we're individualizing for a single person. It's something that if we are considering an exception that this isn't going to be commercial, but they're going to have commercial use is what they're trying to do here. I think we really need to look at that seriously. We have a lot of the neighbors that have had some concerns on that. Another thing with the screening, either the screening would have to be something that would be fireproof or fire retardant, or they would also need to do something so they don't run crops right up against the back of the storage facility, so that there's a small buffer there. So if there was a fire or something, that you don't have the crossover direct, and especially during the fall periods when crops are extremely dry. Having that buffer would be beneficial if there was ever something going on. The other is, you know, they talk, I guess I'd like to know more when we get into this, and if we're going to make the motion on this, but also on what's going on with the motocross, and also the setback of that. You know, if they're using four-wheelers or motorcycles that have headlights on them, and they're coming right up to the edge of the road right a ways and racing along an edge, that can be very hazardous to oncoming traffic along Highway 12, where it can be blinding. It can be cause for potential problems. So either we'd have to look at, again, screening, or not have it where it's that close where that could be a detrimental issue. The other thing is that, again, you're working with them, under my understanding, but we got to make sure that the soils are, they have ground cover and stuff that are taking place on there, to make sure that we had one of the neighbors that said that there is some issue with some sediment moving into the road right-of-way ditches. So with that in mind, I don't know if anyone else has any others, or if we want to start, go ahead.
The other thing that I'm kind of the most hesitant on is the camper storage. It doesn't really fit in what we define as home occupation, because, or a definition that was on that sheet, I don't have it right in front of me, but The rest of them, the other two uses do. And with the, what was that? But anyway, so that to me doesn't seem to define that as a home occupation, for that third use. The other thing I'm concerned about is it's not all camper storage. So if you're gonna have vehicles stored on there with truck and trailer, now you're talking about the potential for gas and oil leaks and things like that too. So it's not just a camper storage area. So to me, that use is not really a good use in an R1 district to me.
We want to give the owner one more opportunity for question and answer, if you have any more comment.
I can certainly not store semi-trucks for sure to help and mitigate any concerns. One thing is, when people store a camper here, it's often because an HOA doesn't approve of their camper, or there'd be snow on, a snow issue with the town where they can't have a camper on the road where they would normally park it or something like that. So I do feel like it does serve or bring some value to the town to keep, especially in town, issues with the plow trucks and things like that. So I think it does help with the community. So if you have any questions, definitely can answer them. So. Mm-hmm.
So does somebody want to tackle this for a motion?
Do we want to tackle these one at a time, is my question.
That's your discretion.
Are you ready to do it in one? That way we could sort out the storage from the building. Otherwise, we're just putting it all in a pan and saying, yeah, the pan is good. The soup is good.
I guess the question for the four of us is, do we want to do it one at a time like that, or do we want to have staff come back to us with something different than what we're presented with today?
So I think I've tried to kind of summarize the 3 additional conditions that the committee might consider for it. And so those 3 would be to provide either a privacy fence or screening on the outdoor storage, and that to the east property, that there would be a buffer provided from the field, maybe 15, 20 feet, and that as far as fire protection. And then the outdoor storage area would be limited to only campers, and that's so that we don't have the contamination sources. So those were the 3 that I kind of documented. So I suppose the motion, if you wanted to take them up, which I don't care how you do it, but it could be to take and maybe approve or deny, but with the proposed 16 conditions and then those 3 additional conditions, if that's how you wanted to handle it, or you could take them individually.
I think I'd like to take them individually.
I just wanted to say that the sheds that I've never, had 15 or 20 sheds parked out front. That's not how many. I keep the sheds very limited. When they're built, they go out fairly quickly. The only time there might be a handful of sheds would be if I start building them maybe in the winter to try to get a handle on a spring rush. And then as far as the dirt bike track, that was me and my brothers and family that were riding on the track. That's all it will be. I'm not trying to not be compliant there. I think that's all I had to say. Yes.
While not, Sam, while not specific to the decision we'll make, could you comment at all about some of the public testimony about comments online from some of your neighbors? I mean, you're trying to grow a business.
Yeah.
And being good neighbors is a great way to grow a business. Is any truth to any of that?
No, I respectfully brought it to the attention that Carla Jacobson does run a similar business to my wife's, and she's been very adamant about trying to shut me down and give me lots of hassle. I feel like that it just doesn't feel right. Otherwise, I've been very respectful to my neighbors. I keep to myself. I'm a quiet guy. I'm not trying to ruffle feathers at all. So, thank you. Any other questions? Okay.
Jason, I think the other thing is that if we are doing any of this stuff, that we do delineate in actual dimensions of those areas, and also the existing shed and building sizes are delineated, so that, that this isn't where you can add on to it for the future. You'd have to come back for additional permitting.
Are you okay with us using that aerial image and that to try to measure it and that on the computer and then to work with the applicant, or do you want specifics?
Well, I think I want to bring up one of the things that was brought up here was that I don't know for sure that without having some updated information that we can make a solid, I want to make sure that I'm speaking on behalf of everybody here, but it seemed like there was some concerns. They wanted to see some updated information for the aerial and things to ensure where it's at, and maybe put on that new image the dimensions and things, so that if you're going to use that for permitting purposes, that we have an opportunity to see that along with any buffer, how that would reflect on there. Is that
Just so that the committee knows, 2022 aerial image is our most recent aerial image on the county's beacon site. We flew a new aerial image this spring, and that before the leaves came on, and we do have the deliverable, so I can get a 2025 spring aerial image. However, that's still not going to be representative of what that area looks like now that the track has been built, because that's been built within the last month and a half. So it's still not going to be a good representation of what the site actually looks like.
But we do have a volunteer person who I'm guessing has a drone view of it recently that she would share with us. Yes. And could we use that as something? I'm just wondering if we're at the point where we want to table this and try and get that kind of information. It doesn't look like you're happy about that, but
I'm fine in that, but generally, like if our staff was to go out and fly over private property, we would need to take and have permission from the property owner to do so. We would actually also have to be a certified drone pilot. And so there is that risk in that you're taking by incorporating other imagery in, because
This picture was taken from their website, their Facebook page, with their drone picture. It was not obtained illegally.
Okay, so that puts a different spin on it. It comes from their website with their drone on. And would that be okay to project?
Absolutely, because now we're not encouraged somebody to, spy on somebody else, so.
Okay. So that would be my suggestion, and then do we want to table this until we get that information?
Since the owner is here, would you be willing to volunteer the image of that for the purpose, just so that we can get a better updated picture of what's going on the site?
That picture solely focuses on the track, so it's very separate from the business. It's not everything. Okay.
It would be, we're just asking if you would volunteer that information for us.
I think that, yeah, I have no problem with that.
Thank you.
I also think, and I believe it was Ryan that asked for this, that we have a definite dimensions as to how much is going to be for storage, how much is going to be for campers and whatever, a more defined perimeters rather than just about like this and about like that.
All right. Okay, I will make a motion that this conditional use be tabled until our next meeting. And I would request that we have those updated aerial pictures, dimensions on storage. And I would like to see the shed business and the lash business together as one conditional use, and the camper storage as a separate one.
We have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion carries unanimous. So I want to thank everybody that came on behalf of this conditional use permit, and we'll try to get the things that are necessary to make the final decision for next month. Go ahead.
I did have a question for Corp Counsel. Since we did have public hearing, does my motion need to have a continuance of public hearing in there, or is this our public hearing?
I believe the public hearing was concluded.
Okay.
And so you don't have to include that in there.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Next one we have for a conditional use permit for the Millers in Section 2, Town of Katy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This request was tabled from the September 18th Community Development Committee meeting. But just to go through it very quickly here, Levi Miller has applied to operate a sawmill on a piece of property in the town of Katy that is currently zoned R1 residential. The address of the property is 3105 50th Avenue, Knapp, Wisconsin. A Class 2 notice in the official county newspaper was provided, and we also provided notice to the property owners within 300 feet of the subject property. The committee tabled the request because the town of Katy had asked for more time to consider the CUP application. And so we did get feedback from the town, but I'm just going to go through the staff report very quickly so you can kind of see the maps again. But the applicant is proposing to operate the sawmill 3 days a week, and that would be on an average, but it could vary depending on the time of the year or if they have orders that they need to fill. Initially, there will be no outside employees, but the applicants could eventually bring on 1 to 2 part-time employees. The truck traffic is estimated to be up to 1 to 3 times a week. And the applicant believes that there's no impact to the rural character of the surrounding properties. The applicant also believes that the wood processing is an agricultural use, and it keeps up with the historical area and the rural character. To address some of the potential impacts, the applicants note that the noise from the sawmill will be reduced by mufflers and that operations will only be conducted during daylight hours. The application states that truck traffic will be limited to the hours of 6 a.m. and 8 p.m. and any weight restrictions will be respected and followed, and that for the town roads. The applicant also provided that the sawdust will be removed from site as needed to prevent the pile from getting too large, and that the sawdust is used by surrounding farmers for bedding material and compost material. The applicants also state that in the next few years, a shed is planned to be built to blow the sawdust into for storage. We've got a provision in that we would like to propose for the sawdust. The property is located just south of I-94 here. So this is 50th Avenue and this is 310th Street. It's pretty much all open agricultural land right now. And last fall, there was a building constructed by the applicants to house the sawmill operation. But at that time, we were working with the applicant on conditional uses and just the proper process to go through for zoning. And so we did receive in writing from the applicant that they would like to build the shed to be able to store things inside over the winter. So that was last year. But they would not saw anything until the conditional use had been obtained. And so to our knowledge, there still is no sawmill operations on site, but of course the building is constructed. There is a household property here, and then some other farms and rural dwellings and that scattered around. But again, to the north in that, there is I-94. To the west, there is a vacant piece of parcel. And to the east here, there's a pretty good buffer of trees as well. There are no environmental concerns as far as floodplains, steep slopes, wetlands, or waterways. It's all high ground. And then I'll get to the town's recommendations. Underneath the ordinance, forest products processing is a facility that is used for dry processes of chipping, grinding, sawing, and planing of lumber, which changes them for consumer use. So it takes a raw product and makes it saleable. This use does not include any wet processing such as paper manufacturing, but can include warehousing or storage of their products, both raw and completed on site. In the use table, forest products processing is a use that is allowed by a CUP in the R1 zoning district. The ordinance does not have specific performance regulations for forest products processing though, so that's where it really comes back to the committee to try to take and figure out what criteria, conditions can be put on the use, and that to really narrow down the impact that it may have on the surrounding property owners. The committee is very familiar with the standards applicable to all conditional use permits here, and then the findings of fact. So to jump forward, we received feedback from the town of Katy on Wednesday, October 8th. And it talks about, thank you for delaying the CUP permit to allow Katy to go over this request with their town planning committee last month and also at their board meeting on that Monday night. Here is their suggestions, so I will take the time just to read through it here. Greeting committee members, the communication is regarding the upcoming hearing on an application for a conditional use permit requested by Levi Miller to operate a sawmill at 3105 50th Avenue in Katy Township. It is the opinion of our town board that this request is denied. There are several reasons why we feel this request should be denied.
When asked by the building inspector, Mr. Miller said the building was purely for personal agricultural use, so a building permit was not required and one was not obtained. On the use permit application, it is stated that there would be 3 to 4 trucks per week based on market conditions, and there would be some part-time employees. This would mean it is a business and not personal agricultural use and would require a building permit. I would expect a sanitary permit would also be required. Other considerations would be fire inspections and OSHA inspections. It is our opinion that this type of use would require rezoning, not a CUP permit. If the committee decides to grant this use permit, we would like the following conditions met. A sawdust containment building is constructed before operations begin. Without a building, the dust will blow on the neighboring properties. The total number of trucks does not exceed 4 per week. No loading or offloading of these trucks can take place on the town road or the road right of way. No materials are kept within the right of way. Hours of operation, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., Monday through Friday. Noise is very hard to regulate or define, but should we receive complaints, we would like the noise minimized via mufflers or sound barriers, and then we would like to be clear on the consequences if these conditions are not met. We have many instances of violations of codes with stated intentions of unwillingness to come into compliance. So with that, we've also got a couple letters that we received in opposition. Now, I'm not going to read these into the record, but they were part of the committee packet. One was from Jackie Hawk, property owner at 3116 50th Avenue. And then also we got another letter, and that was submitted by a Katie supervisor here, that as well. So that's kind of a summary of why we tabled it last month and the information that we received. We do have a findings of fact and conclusions of law document provided for the committee, but do you have any questions?
The township mentioned rezoning. Did they say what they would like it zoned to?
I believe in that the question is whether or not it's a commercial use.
So this property, now that the building has been built on it, doesn't have a residence, it just has the sawmill building, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions?
We've had the public hearing on this, so right now this is a business item. So is there anyone else that has questions first? Comment?
I think there are representatives from the town of Katy here, if you had any questions for them.
We can give town of Katy, anybody that would like to come up and speak on this first.
Well, there's two of us here. Back in December, I addressed this committee, maybe not all the same members. Oh, by the way, I'm Jim Mickle. I'm a supervisor with the town of Katy. And I addressed the board back in December concerning this sawmill. And kind of where we're at is the Amish haven't complied with anything, okay? Right now, we just finished up 5 litigations, and they didn't appear in any court dates. They didn't follow any of the court's orders. There's still a lot of compliance with building permits, uniform dwelling code. And the judgment was against the Amish. And they still haven't got any permits or done anything like that. With this particular sawmill, Jason's had several conversations with them. We've had at least 3 or 4 meetings with them with our expectations and the necessary permitting, and we got nothing. 0. They haven't applied for any permits. They haven't told us the truth. And this whole zoning thing is, we're going to be issuing a conditional use permit after the fact? This sawmill's already built. They're waiting to saw. Why would we reward somebody with a conditional use permit that didn't follow any of the rules or regulations? No building permit, no inspection. They said it was going to be private. Well, we found out it's not private. Or they may not have needed a permit, but that was explained to them. Second thing is they say it's agriculture, right? Okay, that falls within, some of these rules. But with that, 2 things, it can only be 50% of their income. We don't know what their income is. We have no idea, and they'll never tell us. They don't pay any income tax. They're not going to pay any income tax on this. And second, so that would be, if for some reason they did issue that would be another regulation or a condition, is they got to provide us with how much income they're making. So we know if they fall within the agriculture part of this. Second of all is, this is not an agriculture mill. This is a commercial mill. They're sawing for a third party. So basically what they're doing is they're bypassing all the permits needed for a commercial building or a commercial sawmill, because they're sawing for another mill that has to have the permits. How are they different than any other permit or mill? They got to have the permits, right? And and I think I've worked with the county. They want to get them into compliance. That's why they want to give them this conditional use permit. Well, they're not in compliance with anything else. They haven't complied with any of our anything we've asked them to do, and there's been several meetings with no compliance. They're going to say they didn't know. Well, that's not true. They're going to say, well, we've been operating sawmills for the last 2 years. Well, they shouldn't have been. It'd be like the person that goes out drinking and driving, drives home every night and doesn't get caught till 3 years later. What's the difference? And if they start sawing, they're not going to stop sawing. And I think, that's why we request that this is denied, because there's substantial evidence that they won't follow any of these rules, because they haven't. So, I want to make the board clear that until we get some type of compliance, we're not in favor of that. I mean, big thing, if they don't follow the court's orders, they're not going to follow a conditional use permit. And this is not an agriculture mill. And if they say it's an agriculture mill and they want it, they better tell us how much they earn. And there's other ramifications with money that they earn. And then the trucks and the traffic are going to come in. And that's kind of been highlighted as well. Bob, do you have anything else to add? I guess there's several things. We could talk all night, and I appreciate your time.
My name's Bob Kahneman. I'm a supervisor for the town of Katy. Just other than what Jim mentioned is that, other than not having no permits or anything else, the road is not built for semis, log semis. I don't care if they're empty or if they're full. The road is not built for that. Our roads are limited at 12,000 pounds, and an empty log truck is way over 12,000 pounds, empty or loaded. So that's one reason thing there. And a reward, from what I can understand, if the permit is granted, you're rewarding bad behavior. They haven't followed any rules, any regulations for the township, the county, anybody. They don't care. So by giving them a conditional use permit, that means that somebody other than Amish or anything else can move into our township, build whatever they want to build, not ask anybody and tell them to take their permits and put them, somewhere else, and then come to you people and want a conditional use permit. Well, that sounds to me like you're kind of letting the cows out after the barn doors, shut, whatever. But that's about all I got to say. And the town board is fully in opposition to this conditional use permit to be given, along with a lot of the residents in the township having been told numerous times, if they do it, why do we have to do it? They don't do it, we're not going to do it. So there's where you sit. Thank you.
Can I make one? I forgot one thing. Even after the judge ordered these decisions against the Amish, we got 7 or 8 other Amish families out of compliance that we know of, and we probably got another handful after that. And the county has done well with citing some of these Amish for not having the necessary sanitary permits, but the water's still going in the ditch. They're not doing what they're supposed to with these sanitary permits. They may get one, but they, maybe 1 or 2 years later, they still haven't even put it in. And with these citations that they've been issued, I don't know if any one of them's paid or acknowledged the court in any way on the fines that they owe, or forfeitures that they owe not only the county, but they owe the township a lot of money for the court's decisions on our civil cases against them. Thank you.
So to me, there's 3 main issues here. One, do we have a statement that the sawmill is to be used, the sawmill use is within the Amish community, or are they using the sawmill to sell outside of the community?
They're using the sawmill to generate forest products and that to sell. Our ordinance doesn't define whether it's within or without the community. Generally, in that when you look at commercial thresholds and that for these operations, there is generally a income level of exceeding 50% of your income off from it, and also becoming a place of employment. And so right now, the applicant is not planning on having any employees, and that they're not technically a place of employment where they would have to have commercial building codes. Now, if it was to expand, and that approval level on the building and stuff could change in the future, but that is very similar to the other sawmills that we have went into. After the fact, I don't know if that is necessarily the case, because I did talk with Jim and the town last fall. When I was actually out on the Amish's property, I actually talked to REM Inspecting and that about what the requirements were for commercial code at that meeting. I don't have that exact date here, but the Amish were asking and that to go ahead and build the building. And because it was an agricultural building and there is no electricity, there was no permit required, was what we were told by REM Inspecting. And so, and as far as I know, and that they have not operated a sawmill. Now, communication with the Amish has went back and forth. I will also tell you that Levi Miller wrote us a letter the 4th of July or around that time, and that's stating that he wasn't going to comply. However, that was before. Now we've gotten a lot of these CUP applications. We've made progress to being able to work with the Amish. The Amish, that there was 7 of them that came in today and spent 2 hours and that with myself and our staff working on sanitaries. We received 2 additional sanitary permit applications today, completed affidavits, all of that kind of stuff. And we scheduled another meeting for this coming Thursday to talk about the design of the actual systems and what that's gonna look like. And so, I realized that everybody would wish that progress would advance faster. However, in that we've only really been going at this about a year and a half. And so we've got several other sanitary permits in our office that have been pulled by the Amish. Again, it's just making sure that what they're building is going to be code compliant and designed appropriately, meeting setbacks, because we do care about the public health and groundwater of the county, and that as a priority of the county board. So that's really where we're at with the Amish and this request.
So my other two items would be, how do we verify the 50% income? And then the larger, well, I don't know which one's the larger issue, but if we're running on roads that are 12,000 limit to the sawmill, that's a problem. How can we, I don't even know if we can, I mean, we could put that as a condition on there, but who's gonna monitor what the truck weights are going down that road?
Well, an empty semi with a flatbed's probably, between that 20 and 25,000 pound mark, and that a log truck is going to be heavier than that. However, again, this is very close to I-94, and I think that anybody that owns a semi truck can probably drive down those roads today with an 80,000 pound load hauling cheese if they want, or the farmers that are farming that field, they could potentially load a 80,000 pound load of corn out of the field and run down the same roads. So I'm aware of type B roads and kind of the weight restrictions for that, but it's not generally that low. So again, I mean, and that there's not anything that would prohibit those other uses from being able to haul more than 12,000.
Right. The other thing would be, to me, it seems more like a commercial sawmill. So a commercial sawmill should be in a commercial zone. And, given the weight restrictions on the road, nobody would have placed that in that location. So I think you have a multitude of things kind of going against this project. So to me, I think it's a commercial sawmill, and how we want to handle that, I'm not sure.
I could add one more thing to your list is the fact that the town has requested that we deny it. And that holds a lot of weight in my mind. So that's another thing to add to that list.
I'll just maybe make an observation. It's really hard over time if trust is lost. I mean, clearly there's frustration that's been built up over time. And at some point, you have to start somewhere. So I'm not suggesting this is the only place to start. It does feel like a commercial operation to me. I think that's the way it's being practiced. When I was reading the reports, they talk about 3 to 4 trucks. It wasn't clear to me that those were big logging trucks, like semis full of large trucks. But 3 to 4, was it 3 to 4 a week? That's not a lot. Compared to certain businesses that I'm thinking of. I'm a little uncomfortable with saying no because you guys have worked really hard to build some trust, and things have to start somewhere. And if this could be the beginning of coming into compliance with what the town has asked for, it could be a starting place.
Yep. So for any conditional use, again, it would come back down to the criteria. So if the committee would like to deny, what we would need to look at, and that is that there's no reasonable conditions, and this is what the statute says again with Act 67 that we had our training on with a work session. but there's no reasonable conditions that a person would deem and that to satisfy these criteria that would not mitigate that use on that piece of property. So, and that there's no conditions that we could assign that would maintain the safe and healthful conditions. There's no conditions that we could assign that would prevent or control water pollution. That's the kind of stuff, and I'm not going to go through every one, but that would be if the committee wants to take and make a defensible motion on this, that is what it needs to be. Towns, while we like the towns and we take and have actually given a lot of authority back to the towns on various aspects, rezoning, land divisions for one, and that they are only advisory on conditional use permits. They are not the sole authority like a rezone would be. And then the county also has to consider that whether we like it or not, Act 67 said that a conditional use permit shall be granted if they can take and provide reasonable conditions and that to offset that use. So we can definitely do it in order to make something defensible, and that we would definitely need more time. And we would need more feedback from the committee, and that would support that decision.
Yeah, one of the stipulations though in section 15.710, the one that's on the screen right now, is the location of the site with respect to existing and future access roads, and that would probably be the one that would have to have some. I don't know how you would change that. The town has to build that road so that it's a road that you can haul have a semi truck on. I know, as you said, if a farmer hauls road there, that's true. But we aren't changing for the farmer who might do that in the spring or in the fall. We know that a farmer might, but we know that this is a must or this is a will. I mean, those three or four trucks will go down that road. There's no other way. Mm-hmm. So that already makes this 1510 4B. You know, if we disregard that, then we're disregarding that statute.
Well, yeah, it's one condition. So, but then I would also, I mean, there would be other challenges in that to enforce that with the other uses. So, I mean, because it doesn't necessarily have to be a log truck to weigh a certain amount of pounds. So.
I might just suggest one item for you guys. So they have to meet all the minimum requirements before you can consider their conditional use permit, and the 50% of income hasn't been verified. There's been no documentation submitted on that. That requirement has not been met yet. So you could either condition it upon meeting that or table until that information's been provided.
Yeah, I know. I see you back there. Just give me a minute. I haven't got my chance yet, so. Okay, considering this, I also agree. I would really commend how much both the Amish and you have been working, striving to put something together. I, though, would like to look at, again, unfortunately, pushing this back a little bit to try to get the additional information that's being requested. But on top of that, I would really like, if it's at all possible, to have either with yourself or along with the town board to try to look at a realistic terms of what could be done to make this work for everybody, if it's at all possible. I realize there's hard feelings. I realize that there's non-compliance on things, but I really would like to strive to work everybody together in the end to see if there's any way that we can team this up with all the parties involved and come to a conclusion that's of a benefit to all.
I agree, but I would add that, you know, as the town looks at this and, in your, building official that's out there, maybe we build that in as a condition that, that building now that it's already built is looked at. You know, it is a commercial sawmill. I mean, I think that a building official needs to come through and look at that after the fact and make sure that that building's in compliance.
So, I don't want to sound argumentative here, but I think a lot of the issues that were brought up by the town officials, and I respect them very much, and that were issues that are not related directly to this sawmill. Because this sawmill is not operating, they are not generating any revenue right now. It's maybe dwelling related, it's maybe sanitary related, it's not specific to this request. And so that's where I think it's kind of tough in that, so going back to the town and asking them what to comply with, I don't think we're there yet in that with the Amish. I can tell you that they showed me checks today that they paid to REM Inspecting in the town of Katy for their permits. I can tell you that they are on first name basis in that with Melissa Cook at Croix. I can tell you that they had a little disagreement with Josh Maelstrom in the town of Springfield. Again, this has all been done in the last 2 to 3 weeks. Is everything going to come together right away? No. But I do think that the applicant in this case, you know, did follow what he said he was going to do and that he wouldn't saw. So one of the things that we do though, let's say that it becomes that commercial sawmill, we've got a number one right here, that they have to secure any necessary local, state, or federal permits. And so that's how we can help enforce or that we follow through on it. Otherwise, if we just take and say that, well, you got to follow the building code, and then that puts us in a tough spot as far as county because we don't administer or have jurisdiction over the building code. And so now I don't know nothing about building, you know, and that, but I'm trying to figure out a commercial code requirement, you know, whereas really those experts reside in who the town contracts with.
Well, and then one of the other issues being if they're not currently signed there, they really don't show much of an income for it, if I'm understanding that right.
Right. And like I said, the heavy loads can come out of them fields right now. And I mean, on those roads, and that now if they got it labeled as a type B highway and stuff, again, that's up to the town to enforce. But here, that's our condition that we normally catch that.
I'll let the town representative, if you had one more thing.
Sure.
Yeah, a couple things. This is a precedent setter because this isn't just happening in Katy Township. This is happening in Katy, O'Galley, Baldwin, and Springfield, okay? So it isn't Katy. This is gonna be a precedent setter. There is no doubt. And as far as the roads, if a farmer damages the roads, he's gonna have to pay for it, right? So, I would put a requirement in there, if these logging trucks come in and damage a road, this mill's gonna be responsible for that damage. And it can, my understanding, it can be assessed to their taxes, because they're not gonna pay us. I could tell you that the town of Katy is out over $20,000. And we've got 5 families, you know, with forfeitures from the judge at $20,000. We're not gonna see that. Well, hopefully we do. And then the attorney fees on top of that. It's a tough goal for us. And this is a precedent setter. It's gotta stop. We can't, you know, there's consequences for actions.
So we have anybody else in the committee? Cool.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Corporation Council does have the actual wording of Act 67 and what that statute is in regards to conditional use permits that might help. I was just paraphrasing and going off memory.
So if you remember from the training, we talked about substantial evidence, but 5969 5E paren B indicates that if an applicant for a conditional use permit meets or agrees to meet all of the requirements and conditions specified in the county ordinance or those imposed by the county zoning board, which is CDC, the county shall grant the conditional use permit. Any condition imposed must be related to the purpose of the ordinance and be based on substantial evidence. So I think that might help you a little bit if you're concerned about specific conditions. According to Jason, that the Amish have agreed to meet all the requirements and conditions, that the county shall grant the conditional use permit. I think it would be important for Jason to inform CDC and the public if they impose a condition and it's not met, what happens? Because I think that is a condition of the town. What if I don't meet any of these conditions? What is the county going to do about it? And so I think that's important, and Jason can speak to that, or I can.
Yeah, so that goes in that technically the way the ordinance is written is that anytime a condition of a CUP is violated, the permit is automatically deemed revoked. And so that is something that we fall back on. Now, sometimes people just don't simply know. And so then we would follow our normal enforcement process and that to work with them and that to get them into compliance. In my past experience, citations are fine, court cases are fine, but they're very slow. And oftentimes you lack getting that compliance. I think that's demonstrated by the Amish in the last year and a half. Actually, it's been no short of 20 meetings, probably upwards of 25 different meetings, phone calls. But they have come along, they have wanted to take and comply. They're trying to understand to some degree. And so we're just working through that. And that's basically our options in that. But yeah, and that our citations we're seeing very similar, but that is bringing them to the table to keep working with us. We've got 5 pending citations right now with the Amish unsanitary, for example. However, all of our open violations that we had in regards to land use, besides this one, and that which wasn't a violation in the first place because it's not after the fact, and that, but all the other open outstanding violations that we had for land use have been resolved. So we're only working on sanitary, and then the one before the committee right now, which is not after the fact.
To me, it seems like the obvious solution to this is to rezone that piece of land to commercial. And then they can do their sawmilling, and then they don't have to comply with the 50% of their income. They just have to.
So the 50% of income, that's a commercial building code thing.
That is
and
building, okay, then that would
that was from REM, what we were told. And that, but I would have to even check to see if a forest processing use is allowed in the commercial district now. So, because it's generally something that is in the agricultural area, it's not generally downtown. So.
Just thinking of other sawmills, all the commercial sawmills that are in commercial areas, but I don't know.
I think the zoning would have the same zoning problem as the last one we discussed. It's probably not in the right placement for a commercial zone, because again, you open it up to all the other commercial uses then.
Mm-hmm.
The other question I had for Jason was, after he's not distracted by John, was at BOA meetings, didn't they typically have the applicant come in to attest to the conditions that they had, or how is that attestation that they're going to comply with these normally done?
At a BOA hearing?
Yeah, I mean, when the conditional use permits were done at the BOA, I typically thought that the applicant came in and they went over what the conditions were, and the applicant said, yes, I'm going to comply with those, and that was kind of how everything was agreed to.
Correct. Yep. And that can be done through the BOA. I haven't talked to Levi Miller personally, but we went through these with the Amish group that was in today, which was their elders, and they were the ones that agreed to these criteria. A lot of these criteria are very much similar in that to Andy Borntrigger's that the committee adopted that last month. We're doing that twofold. A lot of them are very similar in that we're not unloading and loading trucks on the road, but also in that their hours of operation, trying to remain consistent so that it's easier for the Amish to all keep track. I know that there is a couple of Amish here. I don't know if they want to make any comments or no. Okay. Okay.
Yes, sir. You want to come up?
Could I stop? Could I just make some comments?
Yeah.
Please. So, I kind of feel like I'm going to be a voice crying in the wilderness here, but
Please
I
state
did.
your name and where
Oh,
you
I'm
are.
sorry. Yep, I'm Jackie Hawk. I live adjacent to Levi, the little piece of property that's surrounded and right next to the sawmill. I don't know if you had a chance to read my comments that I had sent you, but making this a commercial operation in an area that's residential just doesn't make sense to me. I don't know how this has just kind of slipped through, and I'm not opposed to people having businesses and being able to support themselves, but with this property, this is going to drive my property value into the tank, having this nearby. The noise, the traffic is not anything that anybody enjoys living in the country. I moved to the country to enjoy the country life. I really don't see this commercial enterprise as being any kind of ag operation. It's not forestry. It's actually it's a commercial operation. I do want to give one example of concerns that I have with the sound level coming from this. And Levi does have like a diesel engine that he periodically runs behind his barn. I think it's probably a diesel engine. I'm not 100% sure. He doesn't do it a lot, but with the windows and the doors closed to my house, I can clearly hear this engine running. And although it doesn't happen a lot, it's only occasional, it just kind of gives me a sense of what this sawmill and the impact is going to have to my quality of life, living out in, being outside in the summer and such. So if this is going to go forward and you're going to do something to make it, approve this commercial operation, I would hope that part of the conditions would include putting up a substantial sound barrier of some type. And could there be some sound studies done to see what the level of the sound is going to be coming from this mill. Again, it's very, very close to my house. It's close to other properties as well. So, and just to make sure that, I can't imagine putting a muffler on an antiquated piece of equipment and having it, actually muffling the sound. So I'd like some real solid sound analysis done and an understanding of how to mitigate that sound as it's traveling across the field to my house and into my house. So I would hope that you would put that as part of the conditions. And I would like it if you would read my letter too when you have some time, just to understand this doesn't necessarily fit. I know in this area, it really should be in a more commercial area. I didn't move to the country to live in an industrial area, so just hope you'll take some of that into consideration. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So in reviewing the use table in Chapter 15, so this would be Section 15.285, forest products processing is a conditional use permit in Ag 1, Ag 2, R1, and then Industrial 1 and Industrial 2. So that's the uses. So there's not even an opportunity to permit, which a lot of times we don't even in the commercial districts, any kind of forest products processing use. So in other words, if the committee didn't feel like this was a suitable use in like the R1 or one of the ag districts, and that the property would have to be zoned industrial, which then opens up a whole different basket of uses.
Go ahead. Did you? Oh. Geez, and one of the other things that, again, typically when we're doing this, where there are home occupations and things, and we're trying to stay to the intent of the ordinances, we also talk about screening if they have outside storage and those types of things. We also had concerns on sound. I think in the past you've had sound requirements near property lines or different ways. Have you addressed those in some of the conditions?
Correct. So I was really trying to, so all of these conditions, I think I've got the town of Katie's wishes in here. And that number 1 deals with the permitting. Number 2 deals with the maximum number of truck trips per week. And that number 3 talks about no parking on road. Number 4, deliveries and pickups shall occur on the property and not on the roads or in the right of way. No materials are being allowed within the road right of way. That was one of their things. And that vehicles associated with this use shall obey town road weight limits. So that was something that they didn't have, but we got it in here because, again, we're trying to get a lot of these conditions standardized. Hours of operation, the town had a little bit different. I think they had 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. Our previous sawmills and that have been done are 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Saturday. Again, it goes back to that application. It's only 3 days a week. So it's not like there's necessarily an extra day added, but that's kind of it. So that was something that was different. In talking with the Amish today, they preferred to try to keep everything consistent for their uses. As far as the noise, I tried to get a little creative with the wording here. Applicant shall keep noise to a minimum by using mufflers and sheds around the equipment. If a legitimate noise complaint is received or are received, the applicant shall work with the county staff to remedy noise concerns. So that was because the town of Katy, they had addressed that. Yeah, noise is very hard to regulate or define, but should we receive complaints, we would like to have the noise minimized via mufflers or sound barriers. And so I was trying to put that wording into a provision. This last one really isn't a provision or a condition on the use because it doesn't really limit anything, but that is just our actual enforcement of a conditional use. But here was their hours of operation, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. I mean, I think we're open either way. But that was the change. And then also the town had brought up, and we've heard a lot about the sawdust. And so that any sawdust shall be managed through the use of a shed and or chopper boxes, and that from the start of the operation. The Amish had said that they have some of their local producers and stuff that are willing to let them use their chopper boxes, or maybe they even own them, and they blow right into the chopper box, which probably does a pretty good job of containing that sawdust. And then all trash being contained on the property and kept in a neat, orderly manner. And then The two last ones are just the standard conditions that we've seen.
So just for clarification, the sawmill that was built, is that actually on the corner of 60th and, what is it, 310?
50th and 310th, yep.
50th.
So that was, yeah, so here's the corner of 50th here and 310th.
Okay.
So this was probably taken very early this spring, and yeah, it looks like April 6th is when that was taken.
Okay.
But again, they're not operating out of this building right now.
So the only thing I didn't see was the screening.
Correct. Yep, and that, but I mean, I think that the applicants would be willing to do something there. Probably be along the west property line here, is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, either there or if they're just, where their inventory is. You don't want to make it so it has to be bigger than what they need, but they just need to be able to screen it in respect to what area that they're trying to do. So I don't want to overburden it, but make it so that we're staying consistent.
Okay. So add a condition under number 13 that adequate screening shall be provided for inventory areas from surrounding property. Okay.
I just want to go back to a clarification from Administrator Witt. The outstanding piece of information was income verification or?
Yeah, I think Jason's addressing that with the first condition. Is that right? If you scroll back up.
Correct. So this condition
That's where
here.
he's saying that they have to comply with that. They haven't shown anything yet, but that would be the requirement to comply with it.
Right. Or if they start small now, and if they expand beyond those thresholds or triggers, for other code requirements, that's still going to be in place for those, or for that operation as they grow, because there's going to be different tiers of requirements if they grow above those levels.
And Jason, they wouldn't provide us that income information, right? That's something they would have to provide to
Correct.
whoever manages the commercial code.
Correct. It'd be REM inspecting that is contracted with the town, Katie in this case.
So were you saying that your first line item there, number 1, covers the building official?
Correct. Yep, that would be local, was what I would say, that they're a local official administering state administrative code. So, yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you approve these conditions, what would happen then is, okay, you've granted the approval for it, but they have to meet all these. And the first one would be talking to that local official then, making that confirmation before they could start operation.
Heather, could you read that statute once again, just a bit slower as to what you read?
I can do that. So it says, if an applicant for a conditional use permit meets or agrees to meet all of the requirements and conditions specified in the county ordinance or those imposed by the Community Development Committee, the county shall grant the conditional use permit. Any condition imposed must be related to the purpose of the ordinance and be based on substantial evidence. And if you want, I can read the definition of substantial evidence. Okay. Substantial evidence is facts and information other than merely personal preferences or speculation directly pertaining to the requirements and conditions an applicant must meet to obtain a conditional use permit and that reasonable persons would accept in support of a conclusion. And that's the reason I asked Jason if the applicant had agreed to the conditions, because if the applicant didn't agree to the conditions, that could be one of the reasons why Community Development Committee denies the permit application. But if they have agreed to meet, they're either meeting them now or they agree to meet them, then the statute is supportive of granting the conditional use permit.
So what that means then is if they agree to meet these plus the 13th one, whatever you have there, then we can't say no.
So the Amish today agreed to all these conditions and that they didn't have strong feelings in that, but they said, you know, for us and making sure that our operations are all complying and so that we don't have a whole bunch of these things to track, they had suggested trying to make their hours of operation the same as Andy Borntrager's, and that from 5 p.m. here to 6 p.m. and then from Monday through Friday, like the town suggested, through Monday through Saturday, but they're still limited to those 3 days a week. That was the feedback that the Amish had.
Jason, can we just, I want to bring it one more time up, with what we've been discussing tonight, is there anything that you would, on these conditions that because now we've added, I think, one or so. I just want to make sure that you're confident about the things, or if you're not comfortable to say this tonight, that's fine too, but we would want to see how you feel about that.
So yes, the applicants that are okay with the screening condition being added. Yep, and the town of Katy just confirmed in that about the vehicle weight ratings on the road, and then about the commercial code if they exceed that 50% threshold, which is taken care of in number 1 and number 6. So
The 3 days per week, is that in here or should that?
it's in their application, but if you wanted to add that as a condition here, you could.
Okay,
So.
yeah, you'd mentioned it, I just wasn't seeing it.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure we weren't missing anything. It's like under number 7.
So add that in there if you would, please.
Yep.
Under number 7, you had the hours and the days, but not the 3
Yeah.
days.
Right here, these are the 3 days. So, but yeah, we'll just add that to the hours of operation. So hours of operation, 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Saturday, and that max of 3 days a week.
Well, with all those conditions itemized out, I move that we approve the conditional use permit 2025-0035.
Okay, we have a motion, a second? Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Cool.
Unanimous. All right. So thank you, gentlemen. Thank you for the town board members that have been here too. I'd like to, it's almost 8 o'clock. I'd like to maybe take a, we'll call it a 7-minute break. All right, thank you.
I'll be there.
Thanks. All right, it's 8:07. We're going to continue with the meeting. So next on the agenda then is a continuation of the next CUP, conditional use permit.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. This one here has been continued since our August meeting. We continued it for more information from the applicant and the town. And to keep things short tonight, this is the handyman business and the amount of work that he does on-site versus off-site. So he has reduced the overall scope of how much they do on site, and we did receive feedback from Gino Hansen, the Town of Warren chair, on September 3rd. Gino's comments: "Hi, Abby. I know there's a request into the county to allow a handyman operation repairing cars, etc. out of this home. I've received complaints from the town residents about all the vehicles and other items on the property. If this property was not in a neighborhood setting, it wouldn't be as big of an issue, but these homes are on a small cul-de-sac, and what is there currently isn't acceptable and needs to be cleaned up, not added to. I take no pleasure in backing residents' request or in not backing residents' request, but the current situation isn't fair to the other residents." And so that was pretty clear. But then we've actually gotten several emails of support, and several of these supports are on the applicant's road. And they're saying that he's actually a pretty useful resource in the community. And so they do a fantastic job cleaning up their yard this fall. So since the committee has tabled it, they have made progress out there and cleaning it up. So there's several one. Here's another one from Mark McMichael, and that in support. I anticipate no problems if this permit is granted. And another one from Allison Carey expressing support. And so I don't know how much more detail you would like me to go into on this request.
Jason, could you scroll down on the email from Gino Hansen?
Yep.
He's got some photos. I want to make sure everybody sees that.
Okay.
I did visit this property, and it did look not great. I don't know how to describe it.
Yeah, so, and then we got an email from the applicant too, and there is a lot of stuff out there. So I'll jump to the email from the applicant. And so this was the applicant providing more information on August 18th about the request. And so what they've got currently as of August 18th on site, they have 8 cars. 6 of them are for their personal use, 2 of which don't run and are waiting on repairs. And then he plans on getting rid of 2 cars. 4 trucks, 2 are for personal use and 2 are for his business use. He talks about planning on selling 1 after he makes repairs. 3 minivans, 2 are personally owned, 1 is customer owned. The customer has decided not to repair the minivan. It'll be towed off the property soon, all movable. 3 SUVs, that for personal use, and all 3 run and movable. 3 boats for personal storage on functional trailers. 2 trailers, a flatbed, and a car dolly. Both are functional. 4 lawn tractors, 3 are personal. 1 is for a customer. 4 snow throwers, 3 are personal, and 1 is a customer's. 3 motorcycles, 2 campers, a jet ski, 2 4-wheelers, and 1 tiller. And he kind of talks about each one and how he's going to eventually clean it up. I do believe that a lot of these things have been cleaned up since August 18th from our staff. I haven't personally seen the site, but it sounded like there was some progress. And I don't believe the applicant is here tonight. So,
Jason, that when we discussed this the first time, we recommended that he either build a building or that he put up a fence. And I see no mention of that. And I think, when I look at that list of things, you could call that an auto salvage yard in a minute and be very accurate. And I've talked to two people, and one also said that in his backyard, there's a pile of scrap iron, and that scrap iron is just piled on top of each other. It's rusting, and they're concerned about what's living in there and what's sleeping in there. And I think unless he's willing to fence that in, that there's no way we should pass this.
Okay.
I visited this property over the weekend, and if it's been cleaned up, there's no evidence of that. When you go down, and I was just looking at the original application with the aerial view that shows all the vehicles and boats and campers and everything else around. It's remarkable in that you're driving down this country road with a cul-de-sac ahead, and then all of a sudden there's all this stuff. So I would agree that these need to be in, whether it's, you know, a shed or fencing or something, but it's a real eyesore for the neighbors, so.
One more thing, you know, just a few moments ago, we had Heather read twice over that thing about agreeing to take care of it, and he agreed to take care of it last month, but there has been no, well, he kind of agreed to the suggestion. There's been no action. I think unless there is action to that, it can't happen.
Yep, correct. And that would be a reasonable condition that is related to the use, and that mitigate the impact to the surrounding neighborhoods. So I think you could require it to be in a fully fenced-in enclosure. I think you could do screening, whatever the committee determines is appropriate.
And I would go for a fenced-in area because screening takes years. Fenced-in takes, put the posts in the ground, put the boards on it. My thought.
Jason, is there conditions in this decision of how many vehicles he can have on site at one time?
So there is, yes. I'm not saying it's appropriate, but, so in the decision document on number 8, I didn't know how to really collect it all, because generally we don't consider vehicles that are operating in licensed junk. And there is no limit in the ordinance. There's a lot of classic car collector guys, you know, true, their stuff is probably stored inside, but they've got many vehicles. And so, however, in that, to kind of keep a cap on it, all the vehicles, recreational vehicles, and equipment shall never exceed the list provided by the applicant to Administrator Wozniak via the email on August 18th, 2025. That would be like a cap. So because of tillers and just the handyman nature, you know, it's pretty hard to get too specific.
Once again, one of the people who talked to me and did not want to give her name because she wants to be a good neighbor, but she says it's ridiculous, is that some of these cars sit there for years. And you know, he made it sound when he spoke last time that as soon as he realizes they're not good, he sells them, but evidently they're just set. And some of the pictures we saw tonight give evidence of that. So again, I think the handwriting's on the wall for him. What he's doing, the idea of helping people out is a great thing, but he's got to do it in a way that meets the needs of his neighbors, meets their specification and ours.
So Jason, I think where we're going with this, if I'm understanding everybody, is that we would probably want to consider a complete enclosure. And the enclosure has to be large enough, not just for vehicles that he's working on of customers, but it would have to be capable of enclosing all of anything that is in the collection point, whether it snowmobiles, boats, whatever it is. So it's not just for four-wheel or vehicles, we'll say.
Yep.
But for all types of equipment, and then do it in an enclosure where they would be able to enter in and out of it, and then have it at a height that would give concealment. I don't know, typically it's like 6 feet, but I don't know if we can identify that as far as how our ordinances go.
You can specify whatever height you think is reasonable, so.
You want 8?
He has vans there, he's got 3 or 4 vans there.
It's got camper.
Camper.
Yeah, so then,
Won't there be a fence height in the local,
What's that?
there a fence height in the local zoning?
Yeah.
It might just stay within that also. 8 might be over that.
Yeah, I think it is 6 for a privacy fence, which is be what this is, and I think we're 8 feet max on an open fence. So, good point, Administrator Witt. So, yeah.
yeah,
But if, as far as that wording and that, I'm not saying that this is perfect wording, but maybe similar to number 8, vehicles, recreational vehicles and equipment shall be enclosed, or shall be within an enclosure, fence enclosure, and that adequately screens and conceals from public view.
Right, that shades from private. But I also would like to say, I think 8, the wording presently of 8 has to be changed, because he has, I didn't count the number of vehicles he has. That's way too many. So I think we have to put numbers there. You can have 6 cars, you can have 2 lawn, I just don't think we can let that open, because how are we going to know 2 years from now if there's twice that many there? We won't remember how many were there today.
It goes off from that email list.
But I think we have to put a number on those things. It cannot exceed 10 cars or 6 cars or whatever.
It is a number, Jerry just wants to see the number in the
Okay.
decision.
Okay.
And we looked at the code, it actually is 8 feet.
It is 8 feet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Heather?
There. Now you know what to put in there.
Good. Yeah. I don't deal with this stuff every day, I'm sorry.
So where are we at? Do we table this for now? Do we approach him now, or do we turn it down?
well, I think we can do all the above, or we can approve it with the additional conditions. Or what's the other, are there other concerns that go beyond the screening that you have concerns on?
Well, just the numbers like we talked about. Yeah. But I don't think we should say, I don't think the right wording would be if he complies to this. I think he has to prove that he complied to that before we'd even consider it again. And we've given him directives 2 months ago that have gone totally unheeded.
Well, I think he would have to comply with the CUP and to have it granted, he has to agree to the.
Correct. So he has to comply with the conditions in order to start operating.
But he has to comply with them before we give him the permit.
Like I said, in that, I mean, if you're gonna say that he can have 6 vehicles, and if they're all running, right now he could have 8 or 10, so I don't know if that would be, I don't know if we would have the authority to do that, because the ordinance wouldn't limit them from having 10, collector cars all licensed and running.
Maybe so, but an HOA in a town can tell you can have 2 vehicles.
But that's the HOA, not the county.
Right, but so that can be said, otherwise someone would challenge that. Yeah, I know people who have tried to challenge that with campers, and they lose in court, so.
Yeah. Yep, it's just beyond our jurisdiction and our authority. Our authority would be to take and go out there, determine what is junk, and to make sure that he's only got 2,000 square feet of it. And if he is within those parameters, then he's okay. If he's not, then we would be enforcing a normal violation underneath Chapter 15 ordinance.
But really, we have the power to say yes or no.
Yeah,
that's the power we have.
Yep.
Now, we can exercise that, and I think I know which way the vote would go, if we want to give him another chance, but he has to respond. So put a drop dead date on that.
Yeah, I agree with Supervisor Van Summeren that, could you pull up the list of the conditions? Because I've seen the email here. And is there a deadline that we've given him, for example?
So you're looking like a sunset clause on the conditional
Yeah,
use
yeah.
then? And that, we did not put that on this one just because it wasn't brought forward. Like the other one with the town of Baldwin, that had been brought forward by the town. But you could put it on here, or you could put it like a renewal so that you could have a checkup.
Oh, okay.
2 year.
Yeah, do you want to do that, a two-year renewal to revisit? Could you add that? And then with that, I would move to approve the conditional use permit with these conditions of 2025-0204.
But he doesn't even know about these yet, so we don't know if he agrees. I think therefore there would be wisdom in tabling it until he knows, so he can agree. We're assuming he will agree. And he agreed last time, but he didn't. He didn't act. So I think we have to, I think the best thing we could do would be table it until we know if that's a possibility.
If the committee acts on the request and approves, then it's already on the applicant and that to comply. And that otherwise, he simply just doesn't have a permit. So that's the same thing, but if it was the opposite way, and he was willing to comply with conditions to offset the impacts of the use, and the committee denied, then that would open us up for challenge. But right now, we're saying, hey, here you go, take it or leave it.
For discussion here, one other thing, so you have that as an 8-foot total enclosure?
8-foot total enclosure with gates on it.
Privacy?
Yep.
Okay. The other thing would be just that it would also meet all of the setback requirements from street, side yard, and those that are required under other sections of the ordinance.
Yep.
And also, I think we need that finite number of stuff, has to be part of that. That's all part of that same.
Yep, correct. Number 8 here.
Yep, you've got to put a number in there. But again, shouldn't we give him the opportunity to say yes or no before we okay this, before we run this through? I mean, he doesn't know what we're talking about tonight. He's not here.
That's up to you as the board. I'm not an attorney, but I don't see any legal risk by approving it with these conditions. And then it's up to him, because I think that the committee, from what I've heard, is that these are kind of deal breakers for you. If he's not going to do the screening, if he's not willing to do the 2-year renewal, if he's not willing to limit the amount of vehicles and equipment to those limits, that's probably not going to go. Whereas if the applicant was coming and saying, hey, I'm willing to do all of this stuff, I'm willing to mitigate any of your concerns, and then you still deny, that's where I believe that there would be opportunity for challenge or appeal.
Yeah, however, if he said he would do all of that, then we wouldn't deny. How about Corp Counsel? What do you have to say on this?
So I think number 10 of the decision does help address this. So if the decision gets mailed to him and he calls Jason and says, I'm not going to put a fence up, Jason can document that, revoke the permit. So I think you can approve it tonight with all the conditions you've laid out. If he doesn't comply with them, the permit can be revoked.
So do we have any further discussion? So we have a motion and a second, and no further discussion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any against? Aye. So one against. Okay. Moving on. We have a resolution considering the development agreement with Excel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I apologize that this agenda item did change as of Tuesday because we got more information. But at the September committee meeting, and that there was really three changes that the committee had suggested on the joint development agreement. One was moving the intervention language from the recital section of the JDA back down into the agreement portion of the JDA. The other one, I might as well just pull up the document here. I'll come back to that one. So the other one was that the karst plan that Excel has said that they would complete, that would actually be provided to the county and incorporated into their decommissioning plan at the end of the project, because we were talking about the holes and that and potential contamination down into the karst and that there. So that was one of the changes that came out of committee. And then this intervention language was previously in the recitals or the beginning of the document. And so a lot of this language is very much the same. It was just moved and it was created as a number 18 within the agreement itself. And then the term of the agreement that the committee was talking about was that it was only through the duration of the project. And so we just added clarification text, including completion of the decommissioning plan, so that the JDA would go all the way through to see to the end. In talking with Excel and them refining this a little bit more, they offered up previously for their erosion control and stormwater plan. The stormwater, we only had a 25-year event, and they said that the PSC is going to be requiring them to do a 100-year storm event. So they updated that. So that's bigger stormwater devices capable of more rainfall. And in the beginning here, this has been kind of a moving target throughout the whole process. But as Excel is going through, originally we had this at 650 megawatts. Then it was reduced down and that to 300 megawatts. And the amount of megawatt production is hard for the normal person to really visualize and understand what that scope is. And in my understanding and conversations, a lot of the megawatt production depends on what panel they buy or what panel they use. And so the development might produce only 275 megawatts, or it might be 290, or it might be 310. And so this is just an idea out there. They're not stuck to it, but they're just trying to really define further and that what those total acres would be, or that total project scope. Excel Energy has also said, that this would be only for the first phase and that potentially another joint development agreement could be talked about and negotiated for phase 2. But so those were the two things. When we originally published the agenda, we had a resolution considering the joint development agreement with Excel Energy as to approve the document. Basically, the moving forward would be that the county would agree to the joint development agreement, that the JDA is not interpreted as an endorsement or an approval of any specific project proposal by Excel Energy, that the county administrator could negotiate and execute the JDA in the substantial form, but could make minor modifications. So let's say that acreage changed or something, that we could actually drill that down to be very specific. And that St. Croix County reserves all rights to review, comment on, and provide input and information related to any future regulatory approvals, permits, and actions related to the project in accordance with the applicable laws and policies. And I think that's what that intervention resolution that was unanimously approved by the county board was trying to get at. And so this is kind of similar in that nature. So that's one option. Another option was that the county has contracted with Atoli's Law to review the joint development agreement. And the reason why we amended the committee packet on Tuesday is because very late on Monday night, we received some feedback from Rebecca Roker with Atoli's Law. And so she's got several bullet items in that through here. The first one, and I'm not going to go word by word because it's really late, but it has to deal with intervention. One of the things she brought up in number 2 was about that 3,000 acres or the overall project scope. Talking about the definition of the designated roads in the project and what the uses might be of those. The emergency response plan, Chairman Coner, and that had some concerns about indemnification. So she's got that kind of addressed in here. Also, just general compliance and material compliance of the laws and how that's different. The cooperation and that between Excel and the county. And then more specifically, drainage and roads. Then number 10 here is just some other considerations that could be potentially negotiated further in the joint development agreement. And so, again, I apologize this wasn't in the packet sooner, but then when we got that feedback, another consideration for the committee and the county board would be potentially doing a resolution on the joint development agreement. And if we go to the now therefore be resolved, talks about the recitals are true and accurate, and Atoli's Law by attorneys Andrew Phillips and Rebecca Roker are hereby authorized on behalf of St. Croix County to negotiate the terms of the joint development agreement with Excel Energy for the 10 Mile Creek Solar Project in consultation with the county administrator and appropriate county staff. The county administrator and corp counsel shall provide support and coordination as necessary to facilitate the JDA negotiation process. The draft JDA shall be returned to the county board for final review and approval prior to execution. So the county board would still get to see the final version. And the authorization to negotiate the JDA should not be interpreted as an endorsement or approval of the project or portion of the project. And then again, we reserve the right to review, comment on, and take action related to any future regulatory approvals, very similar to the other resolution. And that this does not construe as a waiver of any right, claim, or defense available to St. Croix County under applicable laws and policies. So as staff, we really view these two resolutions as a either or, not that you would have to pass both. And so the first one is more like, yep, I think that the JDA is probably at a point where it's as good as we're going to get, or that we don't need to take and spend any more time on it, and we're okay with passing it on. This one here is, and that maybe there is some things in that after seeing Atoli's Law review, just preliminary, that we should take and consider further. And so that we'd like to take and bring this one forward and have them start that negotiation process with Excel on behalf of the county.
When do we do public comment?
Yeah. We will do public comment.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
That's what I've got.
One more, just one quick question. Got to press it twice and it still don't turn on. No, thanks. One question for you, Jason, on this before we go to public comment, but I just wanted to know, is there any, as I read through this, I just wanted to make sure, do we address anything on behalf of the owners that Excel is tenanting, that as part of their agreements that they do not have the ability to waive liability if there's any destruction of property?
Not that I'm aware of, and that it just identifies the county and that from those liabilities. But in the Atoli's Law review, she states that the indemnification provisions are pretty narrow in scope, that it doesn't protect the county for environmental contamination claims, actions, or damage to other people's properties, or also costs that are incurred as a result of enforcing the JDA. So I don't know if that really quite answered your question, but I don't have the contract that Excel has with the private landowner, but I'm gonna guess that there's probably something in there on that about their protection too.
The property owner's protection.
Correct.
Okay. That would be
I would
pretty
assume
important
that,
for future.
I would assume the property owner would want to look out for themselves, so.
Well, we would assume, but again, sometimes protective measures helps everybody.
And then the surrounding property owners, the joint development agreement talks about good neighbor agreements or adjoining neighbor agreements, and that to work with those property owners.
I think before we move on, do you mind if we do the public comment? Let's get her. So we'll start with Jan Sapuric. I'm sorry if I'm saying that wrong.
Oh, no problem, I'm used to it.
Huh.
I'm Jan Sapuric. I live in Baldwin. Regarding the solar farm, it's been very aggravating for many of us when it appears the county board or administrator are cutting Excel way too much slack. The board chair limiting our public comments to 2 minutes and did not let 9 citizens speak. And then I heard committee members exclaiming, the meeting got done early. So that's important. And then not letting county residents speak, letting outsiders speak, letting Jason talk about a half an hour about Excel, and Brian Elwood got to brag about how great Excel was for 40 minutes. Can you see how we thought the county wasn't listening to us? We should get equal time. Since then, a few board members have assured us our comments matter. It would have been better to listen to your own townships first. That was a huge mistake to invite Excel to that joint meeting. They don't get a seat on our side of the table. Way too much time and effort has been spent on trying to play nice and do whatever Excel wants. We need to get our own ducks in a row before we even think about interacting with Excel. I really think we need to present a united front. All this back and forth about a JDA has been a huge time sucker. Everyone has an opinion and everyone's right because there is no one right answer. It sticks in my craw to hear you won't be successful. And I do think it's not that dismal because of karst issue. That's their weak spot and it needs to be exploited. I was not happy to hear Forrest portrayed as a poster child for why not to intervene. Hey, we won precisely due to intervening. In my 71 years, I've noticed almost everything in life has advantages and disadvantages. I've made a list of pros and cons and chose the wrong one. It's impossible to make decisions without having all the facts. We don't know what the PSC might do. It's impossible to compare pros and cons of a JDA with what might happen anyway. Since my last comment 9 days ago, I see on this flow chart that some solar farms chose a JDA, but that doesn't necessarily mean that a JDA is a method the PSCW gives us, as a committee member said. I would like clarification. But in any case, this draft JDA is not stringent enough and needs to document things above and beyond what the PSC might do. Otherwise, it won't make any difference. I think enough money should be budgeted for the highest level of intervention. If it's not all used, fine, no problem. If there's a lack of funds to do the best possible refuting of all that needs refuting, it will be a self-fulfilling prophecy. You won't win. We taught our kids to do it right or don't bother doing it at all. And thank you for passing the manure storage ordinance amendment. As a landowner, I want to know what goes on my farm. My renter is from Dunn County, and FSA records are at Polk County. The FSA will tell me nothing, not even the number of acres or which crops. If landowners have responsibility, we can't control what we don't know about. So thank you for listening.
Thank you. So next we'll have Celeste, and then after it'll be Roy.
Thank you very much, Celeste Cobrell, Town of Hudson. I urge you to adopt the second resolution that was presented by Jason, the one that says basically you are going to be retaining the law firm to negotiate on behalf of the county. I concur with the previous speaker that the JDA in its current form is not ready. And that's not something to be dismayed about. I spent several days last week assisting with the training of a new corps of mediators for the Minnesota Department of Human Rights. We do a lot of role plays as part of that training. It's required under the rules of practice to be on the Rule 114 list, to be a qualified mediator in the state of Minnesota. I've been on that list for a long time. One of the things that you learn is that during negotiation, it requires many rounds. And it requires hard work by people who are experienced negotiators who have the appropriate subject matter expertise. Retaining this law firm is a fabulous step to assist the county in doing that. Give them time now to engage in negotiations. There have been a number of back and forths already. The pace of negotiation changes as you proceed through subsequent rounds. You can expect a lot more progress to get a much superior agreement if you adopt that second resolution to provide time for these very well qualified people to work on behalf of the county and for the good of everybody in it. So I urge you to support that second resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. And Roy, and then after Roy, we have Laura.
I know it's late. I don't know why you all don't have a throbbing headache like I do, but here goes. So Xcel Energy has that big King plant up. We all see it. It's right in the smack middle of St. Croix River, a wild and scenic river. They're going to tear that thing down. Think what it was like when they built that and how disturbing that was for everybody's view, for wildlife, for pollution. How many years has that acidic fallout, that smoke, come out and rained upon our county? And now that's coming down. So that's a really good thing for all of us. Who knows what health has been harmed by that, all that smoke. So that's the opening comment. There's good in clean solar energy. Just not in my backyard, please. And I feel very sad for the people where this will be part of their view. That will happen. That will happen. People will suffer from that, just like they suffer from Emerald Dairy. You know, the smell from that thing. Things happen. Life goes on. Airports expand. But I think our best bet for spending money is not as an intervener when we just sue at something that's already passed and it's beyond much of our control. Instead, spend the money right now with that law firm. I checked them out. They're as competent as you can get. But they've only had one shot so far, which I've read. And they point out not just a couple things that could be improved, but a whole series of items. And if this is just their first stab at things, great. And I would be confident that Xcel is going to negotiate in good faith too. I know Brian Elwood. I know him personally. He will be fair and representing Xcel to make sure that his firm is represented well, and they will negotiate in good faith. So just like my friend Celeste had recommended, I recommend the resolution where you authorize the engagement of that law firm, spend the money now, and then you won't have to spend it later because it'll do all the good it can. As far as setting aside money for an intervener action, no. If it comes to it that we have to do something later on with an intervener and it's not part of the budget, if it's important enough, the county board can amend the budget, all right? It'll take 2/3 of you to do it, but you can do it at that time. Let's not set aside money out of our current budget in November when we have other priorities too, because I don't want that to reduce the amount that we might be able to set aside for health insurance premiums and things like that. So thank you for listening. Spend the money now. It's a competent law firm. Money goes fast when you hire lawyers. So hold off on the intervener spending. Don't make that part of the budget. Just put something into the pockets of the current great law firm out of Milwaukee. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Laura?
Hello again, Laura Connard, Erin Prairie resident. I'm going to start with the comment. It's not a criticism, it's just a food for thought. And I know you've adjusted as we've been here and made public comments, but we had a room full of people at the beginning. Public comments are generally in the beginning. There's now a handful of people here. And I think this is a really important issue that the whole county needs to hear about. And most of them are gone. It could have been another, 40 people or 25 people, however many were here, that if you would have done the public comment earlier on, they could have heard it. It doesn't mean that you can't allow a time for public comment during this, after Jason is given, or Ken Witt, or whoever is giving the update, that they couldn't have another opportunity to talk. But please think about process. I don't know if it's intentional or incidental that you ended up as you had a big crowd here and now you didn't. So most people won't hear this important discussion. I get that everyone has a right to be here and be present, but a lot of them don't. And so if we catch people as they're here waiting for something else, that could be a good thing. I think this is kind of already said by Celeste and said, well, the JD before you tonight is still lacking. Please don't approve it. Please continue negotiations. I don't understand the strategy or the policy of having a resolution that says what you're going to do. You haven't had one until now. Why don't you just keep negotiating? If someone could explain that or that process or why that came up. Again, another thing is, it's not going to sound like a criticism. It's not. It's just a food for thought. I check the agenda and I check the packet a week out because I know that's when you get it. I had no idea that there was a 4-page document from an attorney that came up on here in these resolutions. Second one was added. So I'm here. I'm not good at many things in my life, but I'm really good at looking at contracts. And I could have made a much better public comment tonight had I known that was out there. So if there's a way that you can communicate, especially when you know there's a very dedicated contingent that comes to most every meeting, I think this is my 4th one this week. It would be nice if there's some way that those of us that want to be in the know can be a little bit better in the know. There's much concern about taxpayer money being spent on intervening, saying it's a waste, and saying that the process will not be successful. I believe the same thing could be said about spending taxpayer funds on outside legal counsel for negotiating a JDA. I don't know if you'll ever get to a JDA that's acceptable to the county or one that's acceptable for the townships, and the townships are key players in this process. To date, Excel has not offered any significant benefits to us in the JDA, in my opinion. And while this may not be totally relevant or similar, in the few joint development agreements that I worked on when I was a city attorney, developers generally gave communities land, fund, buildings when they brought a public nuisance into the community. There was open sharing, there was transparency, public could be involved in a useful way rather than just the comments that were given here. I haven't seen or experienced that in this application process. I'm glad there's, as Celeste said, negotiators with experience, and there's more time, hopefully, that you'll allow to go on the JDA. But spending $77,000 on an agreement that Excel hasn't given much, I don't know if they're going to change their tune just because you have a few heavy hitters at the table negotiating with them now. So please be consistent in how you apply this. If taxpayer money shouldn't be spent on something the county and the residents don't want, don't spend money on something that the residents don't want. The benefit of listening to all the CUP and other applications that we did tonight, we hear a lot about the sawmill isn't an agricultural use. A power plant in a farm field is not an agricultural use. A woman named Jackie spoke about the sawmill next to her, and she made some good comments. This is going to drive my property value into the ground. This isn't an ag operation. This doesn't necessarily fit living in the country. I didn't move to the country to live in this industrial area. Someone with a neighbor with too many junky cars in their yard gets an 8-foot privacy fence around him. My 300-acre family farm that I have dedicated my life to building for the past however many years. I'm sorry, guys, I'm doing it again. Nothing. I live 600 feet away, not 500 feet to get the $25,000 off Run a Good Neighbor agreement. I get nothing. My view, my cattle, our horses, we're all at risk. But someone with too many cars and a bunch of junk that they use for parts, and I get that jurisdiction is different from the PSC and what the county can regulate, but right and wrong and your duty to protect, your duty to do the mission and the vision, it doesn't matter. You gotta fight for us. You gotta fight so that even though it's a small contingent, it's mostly 2 townships that are affected. It's not everyone else in the county, but I don't have kids. I don't come here and I don't complain about funding the school district. I pay because it's something that's important as a citizen. It's something that's important to our county. So please fight, continue to fight this. Figure out the best way to fight. Don't be doing resolutions right now when we're just still in negotiations. You've said you're going to intervene. Figure out if you're going to fund that or not before you put resolutions in paper about doing the JDA or not. So thank you. Appreciate the time and your hard work. And I want to call out Jason Shizek. I don't know why I'm full of compliments tonight, but I am. You totally impressed me tonight in how you handled all of these tough decisions. So good job. I know we can't do round of applauses, but if I could, I would give you one. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody else from the public that, go ahead, state your name and.
Yeah, Joe Miller, Town of Hammond Supervisor. The only question I've got is, do we know if Excel's done any other projects like this in the state? And if so, have we tried to contact the, affected communities? They haven't done, we're the guinea pigs, huh? Okay. All right, that's all I want to know. Thanks.
They've done projects in Minnesota. And in fact, we were on schedule to tour that until someone flagged for us that it could potentially be a walking quorum. And
That wasn't a project that Excel built. They took it over after developer built it.
Oh, okay, all right.
This is the first one that they're building themselves.
Yeah, I'm just thinking we want to stay in Wisconsin because of Wisconsin laws and that sort of thing. And so, okay, thanks.
Okay, is there anybody else? Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Jim Bruner, Aaron Prairie. Laura kind of stole my thunder. I've kind of been out of this thing for like a month, and I can tell the energy is gone. You guys, you always fight. We're going to intervene. We're going to do this. Where'd it go? What happened? We're just going to roll over now. So if you guys want to have a board tonight before you go to bed, go online and look for data centers in Wisconsin. Look for solar maps. There's maps they have out for this. You'll kind of see the data centers, follow the solar. So when we're done with this solar fight, what do you think's going to be the next thing? Data center. And Carrie, you are big on water quality. How many millions of gallons are we going to use to cool these batteries? And now we're going to have millions more to cool data centers. What are we going to do? We still got to irrigate crops. We still got to water people. Our county's growing. What are we going to do? We're going to run out. Something to think about. It's your vision, your mission, right? Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else from the public wishes to speak? Oh, yes. Bob.
Thank you. I'm a member of the public, right? I can say. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'll try to be brief. I spent quite a bit of time talking with Rebecca directly at the WCA conference. And boy, did I learn a lot. She and Andy are clearly the leading experts and the best possible people that we could possibly contract with to work on this, negotiate this JDA. So I would strongly recommend that you not forward the existing JDA to the board. As she pointed out, there's a lot of things that we can include, that we could clarify, and other things that we should really be including that would typically not be required by the PSC. They're the ones that are going to know those things and really fight for those things. So I would really encourage you to pass the second resolution. I think that's the smart thing to do right now. Let them negotiate on our behalf, and then we can figure out, where we're going to go with intervener, which she also made a very strong point that it is really critical that we are an intervener in this process. So I think that's a really important policy decision that the board made, that we need to then focus on that, and we can have the legal experts focus on the JDA. And also keep in mind, it's not an approval of the JDA. That still has to come before the board, and we still have to vote on that. So this is strictly trying to get as much out of it as we can, and then as a board, we'll decide, is it good enough or not? So I think that's really the smart way to proceed with the JDA. Thank you.
Thank you. So I guess our next step then, thank you, Jason.
Yeah, and I think the question about why a resolution now on the JDA is because I don't know what you guys want. I mean, it was a 7-7 vote at the committee of the whole on funding, so it needs to be a resolution so I can find out what you want. When I know what everyone wants, it's real easy to make decisions. When I don't, then I need you guys to vote on it. So that's why it's a resolution. Plus, we're going to be spending money. So it's a decision that the county board should be making about this. And where that money comes from, if that's going to be the next question, Supervisor Shirley, is Corporation Council had some vacancies this year. So she has money in her budget, so that's what we're utilizing right now till we get to the end of the year. So I think we have enough, but I believe there'll be some money budgeted for 2026 also that would cover part of this.
Oh, go ahead.
Looking at this resolution, the other resolution, that third one that we were given, I think that I'm not comfortable passing any resolution. I agree that we should have, we've contracted with a law firm, we should have them look at it, and we've got some comments back, but to let them go forward with a resolution that puts it out of this committee. It needs to come from the attorneys back to this committee before it goes to the full board. Because the resolution says that it would go to the full board approval.
Yeah, no, our process would come back. The JDA would come back in whatever format from the attorney to this, because nothing can go to the county board without coming through committee first. Yeah, I see what line you're talking about, but our process would be, it would come through committee first.
You can make a motion to change that line if you so choose to, after there's been a motion to approve a resolution.
Yeah, or approve.
Okay,
change
well,
it.
maybe we'll get there. So a couple things that I want to talk about that are flat out no-goes for me, but first of all, what they changed at number 1 into solar and potential battery storage. They just had their review with the DNR. They damn well know whether they're gonna have battery storage or not. They need to tell us whether they're going to or not. And then if they're going to have battery storage in phase 1, then we need to add a lot to this JDA about battery storage. And I think Rebecca had a couple notes in there about that, if I remember correctly, but they're just not being forthcoming with us, and for them to have a preview with the DNR, you know that they're much farther along than what they're telling us that they are. So we need to know that, first of all. Second of all, number 18, where we moved that back and created that new number 18, obviously the verbiage didn't change, but in B, we're just, we're asking for lawsuit after lawsuit, because we're gonna go to intervene with our hands tied unless we can prove that we learned something new between now and intervention time. So I think that's a big problem, I think, for us. But that verbiage in there needs to change if I'm ever gonna move forward with a JDA. Second, another thing would be more of a well, we kind of talked about it before, more of a definition of project scope. The third thing that I've been thinking about this whole time, and yes, I do understand that the PSC could completely strike this out of the JDA, but I'm willing to go forward with it anyway. So I found out that on an average day, St. Croix County uses 3,100 megawatts of power in a day. So they're proposing 3,000 or about megawatts of production. And our biggest problem, or one of our biggest problems in St. Croix County of attracting businesses, is power availability. So I would like something to this effect of 10% of whatever the planned being the main word, energy produced at this project be dedicated for future St. Croix County future growth. And that transmission lines will be available within 5 years of the end of this project to the top 5 municipalities in St. Croix County. So that the power will be available and ready to those top 5 municipalities for our future growth. And for us to ask for 10%, it's pretty minimal. But will also be a large increase of compared to the power usage that we currently have. So we'll be able to attract larger businesses, industries, and whatnot for our business parks. And, but I know that's a stretch. The PSC probably won't like it, but that's fine. I would like to see that move forward with those other things for sure. I would like to get those comments from the law firm also back. To me, it doesn't make a lot of sense to let the attorneys start off free-for-all, not free-for-all, but you know what I mean, looking into and spending money on a JDA if those first two things, the verbiage and the project scope, are not defined and they're not willing to, then I don't really care what they say beyond that. Because I don't know that we would ever pass anything in a JDA without those two things changed. So if they're unwilling to change those two things, that's what I would throw back at them first, along with the comments from the attorneys. But I still, to that effect, I would not be for passing a resolution. I don't think today. I would like to see their response to that first before we go down that road.
For the very things that you mentioned, I think that's why we want to use number 2 and use the professional people who have experience at this for doing that. Now, I would suggest then that if we go ahead with that and hire them, that you give them your suggestions, because I think they could work them in. From what I know of them and done a little background research, they're open to that kind of thing. And so, and I'm not saying that Corp Council and Ken couldn't do it, but you know, I just hate to take this joy away from you guys, but. Yeah, okay. So I just think that would be the wise thing, and then instruct them, because they still will listen to us, we're paying them. Then instruct them what we want them to look at also.
Yeah, and
you mentioned something interesting. One more thing. You mentioned something interesting about providing power for the future, and then one of the constituents mentioned an AI, or not an AI, but yeah. So in the city of Menominee, there's a group, a company that wants to build one there in the industrial park. And the way they're building them is on rivers, because that's the only place they can get that much water to cool. And St. Croix County's kind of deficit on rivers, and you can't build in the St. Croix County beautiful waterway thing. So we're okay there. But when that is in operation, it will use more energy, more electrical energy, more kilowatt hours than the entire city of Eau Claire. And Eau Claire has a lot of manufacturing, a lot of big businesses there. So they will use more than that. So that is a concern, but you know, they're going to have to deal with Excel on that one and have a JDA with them before they build that. So just wanted to pass that on.
In the interest of moving things forward, I would like to move that we pass what we've called the second resolution on status of joint development agreement with Xcel Energy regarding 10 Mile Creek Solar Project. This is the one that would allow us to have a Tolis law firm add to our negotiations with Xcel.
There's a motion on the floor. We have a second. We have a second. Oh, discussion? I know you want to do an amendment, which is.
I would do the amendment. I was trying to catch you before you did, but that's fine. Let's see, line number 42 is that a draft JDA be returned to the Community Development Committee for final for review and approval to the county board.
And you want to add your other?
Prior to passing it on to the county.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's an amendment to the resolution.
Right.
I'll second that.
Just 1 second before you second, do you want to add your other language that you had concerns? Or do you want to do that separately?
Well, I think those.
I think
were
we
in
could
the
still
JDA.
send those. We could still send those comments to.
Yeah, and that was the point that I was going to make. Is just in November we're going to bring Rebecca Roker to the county board. So if you guys are approving this, you'll be able to tell her exactly what you want at that point. So then she can go negotiate. So she has her list, but you can give her any other things that you have at that point.
All right.
So we're going to put her right in front of you so you can do that.
So then this will move to that meeting that we'll be able to talk to her at, and the full board will approve it at that point, correct?
After our meeting?
No, approving this resolution.
Approving this resolution.
Approving this resolution. And then talking to Rebecca right afterwards.
Yep.
Or before. As soon as we get done with this vote on this, I have a question on that, but it's not about that.
All right, we have an amendment. Is there a second? Oh, you second, I'm sorry. It's getting a long night. Okay, any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And then we'll go back to, is there any further discussion on the amended?
The only thing that I'll add is one of the best sessions at the WCA conference was that one with Rebecca Rokers. I mean, we all were walking out, and she was telling us things from an experience level that was beyond what she shared with us. I think she was here in February, and it was really clear that her knowledge level had gone, but if she was going 60 miles an hour, she's now at 90. And, you know, the emotion, everything that we've been experiencing here among our residents has been played out. This is not new. It's been played out, and we can learn from other counties, we can learn from other municipalities that have been down this road, and they're all telling us the same thing. They are telling us to get a strong JDA. The direct quote was, "The best tool you have to mitigate the impacts of large developments is a JDA." That's what she said. So the notion, like anything else, is to get as much as we can up front, which is kind of the philosophy I've had. And then on the other side, you know, once the house is built, you don't go to the contractor and say, "Oh, I meant to have a 2-story house." So to keep all our options open so that we can protect everybody and make the best economical use of our dollars. Upfront's cheaper than on the back end. So I'm hoping we can pass this tonight and move this thing along, because it's the middle of October, and Excel may be filing soon. So.
All right, any further discussion? Seeing none,
Can we continue talking about this for a minute after this, or do you want to talk about?
Yeah, I think the other point maybe that I could explain, and maybe it's related to your question, is how November is going to look then with this resolution. So the plan that we've been talking about doing is bringing the resolution forward, talking about all the things that are on Rebecca's list that are on there of what we want to see in the JDA, then going into a closed session to talk about legal strategy. So that's the part that we don't want Excel Energy to know about. What's the overall legal strategy? What goes into the JDA, we would do in open session. But the legal strategy would be in closed session. We would then come back to open session, take any action that we have on it, give any additional guidance as far as the JDA that maybe you thought about after you heard the legal strategy on there, and then take action on this resolution. So it's kind of a 3-step process to go through. So that's the plan. And I know the public might not like the closed session part of it, but there are some things that we don't want Excel to know, and that's really all we're trying to do, is to hide maybe those little pieces. And I will make sure that that's what it's limited to.
okay.
One other question. Do we know, what was the DNR preview public? Do we know what happened there? No? And then have we heard anything other than end of the year from Excel since they've now updated this again? Did we get anything else on timing?
I asked that question to Brian today, and it is right around the end of the year. A little bit before, a little bit after because of the holidays, but yes, and that's still the goal or the intended time frame.
Okay.
Anybody else? Okay, I think we're ready to vote on the amended resolution. So all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
So motion carries unanimous. All right, moving on. Thank you for coming. our favorite part, the financial report. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to read each line for you. So let's see, Register of Deeds fees. This is something that I look at, kind of gives us a market economy perspective. So compared to last year at this time, we're at 804,000 in fees. We were at 760,000. So we're a little bit ahead. So the economy's picking up there when you look at it from that perspective. The other thing I look at is park fees. So again, we've noted this through the year, and this is probably going to be fairly consistent where we're at. Unless you still got outstanding on those? Yeah, still some outstanding. But we're behind where we were last year. I don't know that we'll quite catch up, but that's the trend that we've been at on park revenues. I think that's about it. Anything else in there grab your attention that you wanted to see? Did you want me to read every line?
No.
We want you to sing.
I've prepared an interpretive dance for this month's financial report.
All right. We'll move on then. I don't think there's anything else we have on. Thank you.
I don't have a lot on the fee schedule either. Just because of our land use and sanitary permits are on a 2-year cycle. Also, these fees can impact our local contractors and stuff. I try to only amend those fees every other year. And so, and generally, we're trying to take and just keep up with staff increases. So a normal step for a lot of our land use staff is going to be 2.5%. So I tried to keep everything to a 5% increase. I will say that we are not cheap on our fees in that here in St. Croix County. But one thing that sets us apart from other counties is we don't have a lot of add-on fees or tack-on fees. And so if we could consider those add-on fees or tack-on fees, we're probably within $100. And I do believe that it is an accurate representation of actually work and time that's going into each one of these applications, which is very important. And that when we set any of our fees. And just talking to a few contractors and that, they seem very pleased with the level of service that our land use staff are providing in timely permit turnarounds. We've went above and beyond on some of our sanitary stuff to be able to review plans in-house. And so when I talked to them about it, they didn't seem too concerned. So some of these fees we kept the same, like we want soil tests to be submitted to us. Those are something that is kind of like a loss leader on our time, but we really want to get those in. Any questions on the land use or sanitary fees? Okay. Everything, like I said, try to round it to the $5 mark, but that's it. The only other thing that, there's been some wording changes and stuff is the cancellation fees in our camping. So right now, there's a $10 cancellation fee. What we found out now with some of our new software is we've got a lot of people reserving many weekends throughout the summer with no intent in really going because they have a favorite campsite. And then as it gets closer and the 10-day forecast comes out, they say, oh, look, it's going to be raining and we don't want to go camping. And so this is a proposal to try from our Parks Department to try to take and get people so that they're not tying up the county's campsites and so that our sites are more fairly open to everybody. And so it's more first come, first serve kind of approach, but yet understanding that a lot of people like to reserve the sites. So I'm not sure that this is perfect, but that's the overall intent, is just to make our approach more fair. Any questions on the fee schedule?
Jason, I just, again, I see the use at the Apple River campground, or it's not campground, I'm sorry, Apple River Park area. It's a pretty high volume of traffic in there. About every time I go by, there's 4 to 5 vehicles parked in there where they do canoe or kayak landing. And currently, that's a non-paying park space. Could, without changing it right now, but for the future, could we try to do maybe a calculation as far as if we were to set a porta potty out there?
Okay.
And then have that a fee schedule with the QR code sign up for use
Sure.
type thing, and see if we can generate some additional revenue there.
Yep, we can
I know
definitely have a tracker out there to kind of gauge that, and then privy or the satellite toilet would be fine as well. Yep.
Well, just to see if it makes sense for cash flow and if it would help generate some additional revenue for the parks that are being used, because we do maintain it. We mow the trails, we mow the parking lot areas, and are responsible to keep the landing so it is usable.
Yep.
So,
Yeah, I can have our staff do that.
thank you.
Jason, are you looking for a
Supervisor.
motion to adopt these?
Yep.
I move to adopt the new proposed fee schedule for 2026.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimous. And sorry I didn't announce the names that are given the motions and the seconds. She got her figured out. Thank you. Yep. So moving on, request for future agenda items? Oh, go ahead.
If I may,
Yes.
I think you guys should talk about having separate meetings for conditional use permits and other business. These are brutal meetings that you guys are surviving, and also from the standpoint of the public, that they're interested in a lot of these issues. So just a suggestion, talk about it, separating your normal business from all your conditional use permits might make life a little easier for you.
I would agree with that, being that it's 9:30 and we started at 5. So that's something that we had to have to change on our next agenda?
Yeah, you can put an agenda item on there to discuss that. So it'd be an agenda item for discussion.
Okay, let's add that on then, please. Anybody else?
I know we have a lot on our plate probably through the end of the year, but at some point, I'd like to see us look at a resource that's available, strategic planning for counties, which is different than our comprehensive plan. I can't help but reflect that we've got a lot of people who have an idea of what it lives to live in a rural part of the county that are, affected by this. And yet, we talk about, farming land preservation, and many of our farmers are going under right now. The big ones, maybe not so much, but the other ones, Laura was with me at dinner Sunday. Some of those smaller farmers, the quote was, "I've never seen it this bad." So I think we have to ask ourselves, when we talk about farmland preservation, are we preserving the farmers? What do we mean by that? So strategically, I don't think there's been a single cul-de-sac type or development that we've turned down as a county. And so we've got them pocketed all over, bumping up against our ag areas. I'd like to see us invest the time to look more strategically about what should the county look like 25, 30 years from now. So.
But keep in mind, when you ask that, is that the farmers sold that land to those people that have the cul-de-sacs right next to
So
it.
this isn't
that's-
discussion, this is a request for future agenda.
Yeah,
items.
it is.
Okay, I
It
will
is, and
discuss
it's a facilitated UW process. It's a process where, and it would involve towns and economic development and a lot of other things. So, yeah, I'll discuss more next month, or whenever we decide to put it on. It doesn't have to be next month.
So I guess if we have time on see what the agenda looks like for next month. But definitely put it on so we have a record of it. Any other requests for future agenda items? All right, seeing none. Announcements. Is there any announcements?
No, Mr. Chair.
No. Okay, thank you. So the date of the next meeting is November 20th, 2025 at 5 PM. So with that in mind, it's almost 9:30, 9:28, and we're adjourned.
All right, thank you.
Carrie, the strategic goals will probably best wait till May.
Yeah.
Because there's going to be a whole new committee and.
That's a good idea.
That's good. I think what we need to do, no.